Chapter 1852. Ling Xiao jumped and appeared in front of Lord Mo Qing. "Move aside, this place is mine." He looked at Lord Mo Qing indifferently. Among the 16 people, only Sun Linchan, Mu Wenchuang, and Lord Mo Qing were weak. Sun Linchan and Mu Wenchuang were his benefactors, so he couldn't rob them. If he wanted to rob them, he could only rob Lord Mo Qing's cave. "What if I don't?" Lord Mo Qing was afraid of Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, but he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao had a spectacular performance before, why would he be afraid? His cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's, reaching the 17th level of the yin-yang realm. Although he was only at the early stage, Ling Xiao definitely couldn't handle him. "If you don't move aside, then I'll have to attack." Ling Xiao smiled. His smile let everyone know that he wasn't a nice guy. On the contrary, he was a truly domineering heavenly emperor. "Get lost!" Lord Mo Qing pulled out his sword and pointed it at Ling Xiao, shouting coldly. Ling Xiao shook his head. With a wave of his hand, Ice's fury appeared in his hand. The heavy sword had no edge. This Ice's fury looked more like a heavy stick, emitting a gloomy chill. "Ling Xiao, don't be rash. There's no benefit in being heavily injured at this time," Sun Linchan reminded. "Thank you for your reminder, Miss Sun, but I know what to do." Of course, he knew what to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have challenged Lord Mo Qing. "You're courting death!" Lord Mo Qing's sword shook and charged towards Ling Xiao. The terrifying sword light tore apart the black wind in the canyon and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's heart at an extremely fast speed. He obviously wouldn't kill Ling Xiao, but he had to heavily injure Ling Xiao and teach him a lesson. Just like the few arrogant people he had taught a lesson to yesterday afternoon. "You and I have no enmity, so I won't kill you. Lose. I'll buy you that terrifying sword attack against Lord Mo Qing." Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. His current strength was actually comparable to Jun Mo Qing's. If he wanted to take down the other party quickly, a head-on battle was definitely unrealistic. Therefore, he chose to use a little trick, which was to use the 10,000 gate formation to appear behind Jun Mo Qing and blast him out of the cave. Jun Mo Qing steadied himself in midair and stared at Ling Xiao for a long time. Then, he turned and left. The strong preyed on the weak, this was the profound world. He had lost to Ling Xiao. Although it wasn't a miserable defeat, he could see that his opponent had set up a strange formation in front of the cave, which was impossible for him to break. Instead of wasting time, it was better to challenge other caves. Just as Ling Xiao and Jun Mo Qing were deciding the outcome of the battle, Dan Feng and the others had also defeated their enemies. In just one night, everyone's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Everyone got the cave they wanted. Of course, Jun Mo Qing also managed to snatch a cave. The weak ones were chased out. No one felt that there was anything wrong with this. Even those people who were chased away also felt that this was very normal. This was the profound world, the world of martial artists. Instead of wanting to make others sympathize, might as well become strong themselves. "Who are those people? Why are they so overbearing?" In the crowd, there were many people who did not recognize Ling Xiao and the rest at all and opened their mouths to ask. "Don't know, definitely unfamiliar faces." The people who knew Ling Xiao were really not many. After all, this was the White Tiger continent. They are Heavenly Dynasty Empire's martial artists. Remember their faces. There will definitely be a place for them in the White Tiger gathering. Fan Ruohai smiled slightly and revealed Ling Xiao and the rest's identities. Heavenly Dynasty Empire? Never heard of it. Seems to be a small country on the Heavenly Dragon continent. I didn't expect that it could actually give birth to such experts too. Really not easy. No matter who they are, being so eye-catching, they definitely won't have a good outcome later. People would develop a deep jealousy towards the sudden rise of unknown people, hoping that such people would encounter trouble. This was human nature. However, their words clearly did not affect the people participating in the gathering. At this moment, the sky above Black Wind Canyon was filled with people's heads. If one looked down from the sky, it would really look like a dense group of ants. The white tiger gathering 10 years ago did not have this kind of influence at all. The GOMO sword smiled. Yes, 10 years ago, the mountain and river martial soul did not appear again. The bloodlines and martial souls of the geniuses were still in a deep sleep. Of course, this gathering is different. Hongqi also nodded and said, it wouldn't be wrong to say that this was the most special, lively, and influential white tiger storm meet so far. An expert is coming. The GOMO sword suddenly looked into the distance. A vortex appeared out of thin air above Black Wind Canyon. 6 figures stepped out of the vortex. 5 of the figures were more familiar to the martial artists of the White Tiger continent. They were the state advisors of the Tianhai Empire, Yuelang Empire, Silver Fox Empire, and White Tiger Empire, as well as the left protector of the Jingyi school. They were all first-class experts. Only the 6th figure felt unfamiliar to them. This person was dressed in a long black robe. He had no beard, and his black hair was draped behind his head. He did not look young, but his face was very young. There was a black tortoise pattern on his clothes. This was the attire that only the higher-ups of the Black Tortoise Temple were qualified to wear. He was much more powerful than the divine envoy from before. Many martial artists did not dare to look directly at him just by standing there, for fear that their gazes would offend him. That person stood in the void and looked at the crowd indifferently. He gave off a feeling of superiority, as if he was a god. It was not disdain, but as if he did not care about anything. This was a true expert. Let me introduce you first. This is the venerable of the 13 halls of the Black Tortoise Temple on the White Tiger continent, Lawless. He will be the chief judge of the Purgatory Blood Battle. The one who stood up to make the introduction was the left protector of the Jingyi school. This person was very famous on the White Tiger continent, so it was naturally better for him to make the introduction. Seeing that the left protector of the Jingyi school was respectful to this person, both the spectators and the participants were suspicious. After all, there were only a few people who knew about the Black Tortoise Temple, so they were very surprised. Moreover, this name was too domineering. He was actually called Lawless? However, even though people had countless questions, no one dared to speak out loud. No matter who this person was, his strength was absolutely unquestionable, and no one dared to be disrespectful to him. Lawless did not explain anything. He just looked indifferently in the direction of the Black Wind Canyon and said, it seems that some people have comprehended some rules. Very good. Everyone was even more confused by his words. However, he continued to say, the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school have a total of 155 participants. Well, they are all here. Very well, next I will tell you the rules. Listen carefully, I will only say it once. Hearing his words, all the participants quieted down and pricked up their ears to listen. Chapter 1853. Lawless told all the contestants that he would only say it once, and that meant he would only say it once. It was definitely not a joke. Under such circumstances, no one dared to be negligent. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully, fearing that they would miss a single word. There is only one rule in Black Wind Canyon's Purgatory Blood Battle, and that is to survive for 6 hours. After 6 hours, those who survived would be considered to have passed the battle. Of course, the process will not be that boring, because each of you will receive a set of martial arts manuals provided by Black Tortoise Temple. These martial arts manuals are all incomplete pieces of intermediate jade grade martial arts. If you want to practice these martial arts, you will have to snatch the incomplete pieces from others, or rely on the incomplete pieces to find a fortuitous encounter in Black Wind Canyon. Intermediate jade grade martial arts are the best martial arts that Yin-Yang realm warriors can practice. It is also the most suitable martial arts for low-level rebirth realm warriors. I think you all know how important it is, so I won't say more. In short, it is a martial art that can change your fate. If you seize the opportunity, you might be able to transform completely. If you miss the opportunity, you will either face death or achieve nothing. These words caused all the participating martial artists to suddenly become nervous. Intermediate jade grade martial arts. Even Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Although he had the light shadow profound, and martial arts were not that useful to him, martial arts were broad and profound. It would not hurt to have more skills as a reference. After all, it would be a waste not to learn such a strong martial art. It would not be a waste to learn it. Moreover, if it was some kind of secret art, it might be useful. Of course, it was even more important to other warriors. A jade-grade intermediate martial art. This was the hope of many people, to become a carp that leaps over the dragon gate. It was not just a competition, but a great opportunity on the path of martial arts. Also, I'm afraid many of you don't know the situation in Black Wind Canyon. The Black Wind in Black Wind Canyon can seal any warrior below the Rebirth Realm's internal force and soul power for a minute, but you can use the power of the Black Wind to fight. The power of the Black Wind is similar to Yin Yang Yuan force. If you use it well, you will benefit a lot in the future. Lawless's words made many warriors' eyes light up. Many of them looked at Ling Xiao, especially the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. From his point of view, he was inferior to Ling Xiao in terms of internal energy and soul power. Within Black Wind Canyon, Ling Xiao was unable to use his internal force and spiritual force. Thus, if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, the impossible had become an absolute possibility. In fact, there were many people who had similar thoughts. Originally, many martial artists who were already willing to be cannon fodder were also eager to give it a try. In any case, no one could use their internal energy or soul force, so cultivation was meaningless. Instead, talent and comprehension became the key. Whoever could comprehend the mysteries of the Black Wind Force first would have the chance to be the winner. Of course, experience and the use of martial techniques would also be crucial. The more actual combat experience one had, the more advantage one would have. This made Ling Xiao secretly happy, and his worry for his friends lessened a lot. In terms of actual combat experience, he did not believe that those martial artists from aristocratic families could compare with his friends. His friends were basically people who had experienced battles and climbed out from piles of corpses. Only Hong Yu and Blue Snow were slightly inferior. However, Hong Yu had Jun Macho's protection. As long as Blue Snow was by his side, there would be no problem. Lastly, there is one more point, which is also the key point. I found out that many people have already occupied caves and caves. Those who occupy caves early will have half of the martial techniques in their hands. Those who occupy caves early will have a quarter of the martial techniques in their hands. Those who do not occupy caves and caves will only have a fifth of the martial techniques in their hands. This is the advantage of those who are smart. Lawless smiled faintly and waved his hand. More than 100 books flew out from his hand and flew towards all the contestants. The participants all reached out to grab them. Only then did they realize that the so-called martial technique books were actually memory metal. There were half, a quarter, and a fifth of the martial technique books stored in them. The participants of the Purgatory Blood Battle would probably risk their lives to fight for these books. Even friends who seemed to be very close on normal days could become real enemies. This was the huge temptation of benefits. Alright, I have finished explaining the rules. There are still 5 minutes before the Purgatory Blood Battle officially begins. Get ready. Lawless closed his eyes and seemed to be silently counting the time. 5 minutes later he waved his hand and said, "Go, young geniuses! Even the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall has not fully understood the lightning extreme ground. What exactly exists in Black Wind Canyon? No one is completely sure. Perhaps you will have a good opportunity to encounter treasures and opportunities that are even more tempting than the martial techniques in your hands. Don't miss the chance to change your fate." His words were impassioned. Ling Xiao could roughly understand some of the content from his words. The Black Tortoise Sacred Hall had probably been researching the lightning extreme ground all this time. That was probably why they were able to create so many powerful individuals. Perhaps there really was an excellent opportunity in the lightning extreme ground that everyone was looking forward to. Of course, there were dangers. However, the chances were greater. "Blue Snow, let's go!" Ling Xiao did not wait. He grabbed Blue Snow's hand and jumped into Black Wind Canyon. He was looking forward to this adventure. Let's go too! Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean soared into the air and instantly fell into Black Wind Canyon. Black Wind Canyon was bleak and desolate. After entering, not a single person could be seen. The spectating martial artists were somewhat anxious. They were mainly worried that they would only see a scene of Black Wind after paying so much for the tickets. Everyone, don't worry. You will be able to see the complete battle scene in a moment. The left protector of the Genie School smiled. Then, Lawless raised his hand, and a bag appeared in his hand. Countless small insects flew out of the bag. It's the thousand-eyed insect. This is a type of insect that can directly transmit real-time images to the crystal screen. Someone in the crowd recognized these insects and began to cheer. At the very least, they could see the exciting scenes through the crystal screen. As the thousand-eyed insect entered Black Wind Canyon, the other participants also entered the battlefield. Unexpectedly, no one was willing to stay. There were 155 participants, and not a single one was missing. These people were worthy of being the elites of the 5 great factions. They were all courageous fellows. Quick, look at the big screen! What existed in the sky was not a crystal screen. Instead, it was an illusion created using some kind of secret technique. However, this illusion actually reproduced all the scenes in Black Wind Canyon in an incomparably realistic manner. Every movement of every martial artist could be seen so clearly. Chapter 1854. Hee, Ling Xiao really knows how to flirt. Why did he bring a little girl with him? Hong Qi couldn't help but laugh when he saw Ling Xiao in the illusion. And every girl is special. That little girl is probably the same as Long Qin, a descendant of the Dragon Clan. She has the true bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The demon liquor sword took a sip of wine and said, "What do you think? Do you have confidence in Ling Xiao? Isn't that nonsense? How can my grandson fail here?" Hong Qi smiled. He had always believed in Ling Xiao. Interesting Black Wind power! Less than a minute after Ling Xiao stepped into the Black Wind Canyon, he felt that his internal strength and soul power were completely sealed. This Black Wind power seems to have some kind of special sealing effect. It's really subtle. However, his physical strength still exists. After all, it's something that he was born with. It's impossible to deprive him of his vision and hearing. However, Ling Xiao doesn't plan to use this power. At least not under normal circumstances. He wants to figure out what the Black Wind power is. Maybe he can get some benefits from it. Big brother, they've all come down. Blue Snow felt that the 100 or so streams of energy suddenly disappeared one by one. This means that these people have entered the Black Wind Canyon. Like the two of them, they are stronger than ordinary people in terms of body, talent, and comprehension. Whoever could comprehend the power of the Black Wind first would have the advantage. Ling Xiao tried to use the Tai Chi Eye and found that it didn't have any effect. However, he couldn't use the 3-leaf magic eyes. He thought for a moment. The Tai Chi Eye is an extension of the martial spirit's ability. It's the door to the martial spirit's ability. Perhaps in the entire profound world, it would be impossible for anyone to seal the tyrannical martial spirit. With the Tai Chi Eye, the Black Wind power is nothing to Ling Xiao. First level martial vein realm. What a familiar feeling. Ling Xiao smiled. If he can't use his internal strength, his cultivation is basically zero. Then, after mastering the Black Wind power, it's equivalent to starting from the beginning. Second level martial vein stage. Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was extremely fast. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, he really had a lot of advantages. However, he didn't help Blue Snow. Blue Snow had to ponder and comprehend these things on her own. There was no point in him helping her. As long as Blue Snow wasn't in mortal danger, he wouldn't help her. However, this little girl Blue Snow was indeed powerful enough. As expected of a descendant of the dragon race, her talent was astonishing and terrifying. When Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to the 3rd level of the martial vein stage, she began to control the power of the Black Wind. He was promoted to the first level of the martial vein realm. Looks like the two of us are the first to enter. We've really taken advantage of the situation. Ling Xiao smiled and continued to comprehend the power of the black wind. But at this moment, an extremely strong sense of crisis suddenly struck him. He grabbed Blue Snow's hand and dashed away. Perhaps it was because he had gotten used to the strength of the yin-yang realm, but under the martial vein realm, his speed was ridiculously slow. Fortunately, they managed to avoid that dangerous attack. Boom! They hid in the dark and looked back. There was actually a huge lion walking through the pitch-black wind. It was 7 to 8 meters tall. If they had been slapped down by its claws, they could have gone to meet their dead enemies. How terrifying. We're only martial vein realm cultivators now, but these ferocious beasts are all at the yin-yang realm. What's there to play? Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. Then he analyzed. I reckon that we can't stay in one place for a long time to cultivate the power of the black wind. Otherwise, ferocious beasts will come out, and we'll lose our lives if we're not careful. Damn it, this Black Tortoise Sacred Palace's assessment is too depressing. Not only do they have to let these 155 geniuses kill each other, but there are also a large number of powerful ferocious beasts waiting to enjoy the delicacies at any time. Big Brother's analysis is right. Looks like we have to leave. Blue Snow nodded and said in agreement. Ah. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly heard a miserable shriek. In the sky, a thick smell of blood came over. It turned out that a cultivator was unlucky. He landed on the lion's head and was swallowed in one gulp. How tragic. I hope it's not them. In this situation, I can't help anyone. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. He pulled Blue Snow and ran into the distance. Not long after, another scream was heard. However, this time, the scream seemed to be farther away. It shouldn't have been done by the lion, but by other ferocious beasts. I feel like we're just food that's been thrown down. Ling Xiao shook his head. This feeling was really bad. However, as food, they still had a chance to counterattack. That was to master the power of the black wind as soon as possible. Only then could they survive. In another place, Ling Xiao and Blue Snow continued to comprehend the power of the black wind. When Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the martial vein realm, another terrifying aura attacked. However, this time, Ling Xiao had already calculated the time. When he dodged, he was very calm. Big Brother, there seems to be a teleportation formation here. Blue Snow's voice sounded when Ling Xiao turned around to look at the huge white wolf that attacked him. This piqued his interest. The teleportation formation had clearly been repaired and could be used normally. However, he didn't know where it would teleport them. Blue Snow, this teleportation formation might very well separate the two of us. You have to be careful. If you encounter danger and can't fight it, just run. Do you remember? Ling Xiao had studied many ancient teleportation formations. He also had some understanding of the one in front of him. This teleportation formation was a random teleportation formation. It could teleport two people to the same place at the same time. It could also teleport them to different places. Opportunities weren't given out by others. They had to be found by oneself. Although Ling Xiao was worried about Blue Snow, he thought about her talent. As long as she didn't encounter those 13 top geniuses, nothing should happen to her. Therefore, he planned to let Blue Snow find opportunities. He also wanted to find his own opportunities. Don't worry, Big Brother. Actually, I already had this idea. If I can't even pass the purgatory blood battle, then I really don't deserve to be your sister. Blue Snow was very confident. It was probably because she had awakened her dragon bloodline. Let's go. The two of them stepped into the teleportation formation at the same time. After a while, Ling Xiao appeared outside a mysterious cave. To be precise, this should be a cave because there was a name engraved on the cave, Sword Immortal Tomb. Those who dared to call themselves Sword Immortals were definitely human immortals of the Sacred Dynasty. They might not be one of the 12 human immortals, but they were definitely very powerful human immortals. Indeed, blue snow and I have been separated. Ling Xiao frowned. Then, he shook his head and muttered to himself. Forget it. Everyone has their own future. I can only hope that they survive. Chapter 1855. What Ling Xiao could do now was to become stronger as soon as possible. This way, he would be able to protect his friends. As for other things, he didn't need to think about them, nor did he have the qualifications to think about them. He lifted his foot and walked towards the entrance of the Sword Immortal tomb, but as soon as he took a step, he saw a person flying out of the tomb. This person was none other than Changshi, one of the 4 beasts of the Tianhai Holy Academy. Changshi was probably the same as him. He had also found a transmission array and was randomly sent here. As for his brothers, they had probably been sent to other places. Changshi obviously noticed Ling Xiao. At first, he was obviously a little scared and even took a step back. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something and actually revealed a sinister smile. "Ha! It's true that enemies always meet. You killed the head of my 4 beasts, Sun Little Demon Beast, and humiliated the number 1 genius of the Tianhai Holy Academy, Wind Demon's Sacred Sword. Your subordinates even seriously injured me. I didn't expect that the heavens would be so good to me, actually letting me meet you, my enemy, here." As he spoke, he quickly walked towards Ling Xiao. This guy was emitting a strong murderous aura. Although he tried to hide it, Ling Xiao could still feel it very clearly. Ling Xiao didn't know what benefits this Changshi had obtained to dare to release murderous aura towards him, but he had been watching this guy vigilantly, his expression unchanged. Because he had enough strength to rely on, facing Changshi, he wasn't afraid. "I want to thank the Black Tortoise Temple for giving me this opportunity. A nobody like you should have died the first time you went to Tianhai City. Today, I'm here to collect this debt." After saying that, Changshi suddenly sped up and spat out a dark green long sword from his mouth, stabbing towards Ling Xiao at an extremely precise angle. "What?" At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that Changshi's cultivation had reached the first level of the transcendent realm. How was this possible? He didn't think that Changshi's talent was stronger than his. And it wasn't just cultivation. Changshi's sword was obviously a brand new sword skill. This sword skill was actually a mid-jade grade martial art. According to common sense, this was impossible. Because one's cultivation base had not reached the yin-yang realm, it was impossible to use jade martial arts. Ling Xiao was only at the 9th level of the martial vein realm, so he could not use most of his light and shadow profound meaning. He could only use the most basic moves that he had used before. This Changshi's ability was somewhat illogical. He suddenly looked at the Sword Immortal tomb behind Changshi and seemed to have understood something. It seemed like Changshi's increase in cultivation level and the use of sword skills were all due to what had happened in the Sword Immortal tomb. The gap between their cultivation bases was a little too big. What's more, the opponent was using a mid-grade jade-grade martial art. It was unlikely for them to win this battle unless they used the power of the Royal Heaven Queen Earth. However, after thinking about it, Ling Xiao gave up. If he used the power of the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth so early, he would lack the opportunity to temper himself. How could he improve if that was the case? Besides, a first-order transcendent realm cultivator wasn't too strong in front of him, so he could still give it a try. Unless he was going to die, he would not use his trump card. Changshi's sword was not only fast, it was also very strange. In an instant, it had reached Ling Xiao's throat. Ling Xiao frowned. He found that even if he opened his Tai Chi eye to catch the flaw in the opponent's sword skill, he could not catch it. This was the gap between them. He dodged to the side. His speed was not slow. Changshi's sword suddenly produced an illusion, as if a black wind was blowing, which was actually able to temporarily seal his movements. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, Ling Xiao avoided his vitals, but his collar was still pierced by the sword. The terrifying sword chi actually cut his skin, producing a faint trace of blood. A mid-grade jade-grade martial art is indeed powerful. My body is still a mystic world body with the protection of 1200 Royal Heaven Queen Earth cells. He actually managed to injure me. Although it's just a faint trace of blood, it's already very terrifying. Ling Xiao looked at Changxi with shock in his eyes. Changxi also seemed a little surprised. You're actually not dead? Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, his figure speeding up. The movement skill he used was actually the movement skill he cultivated when he was still in Tianfeng City's Ling family, soaring cloud steps. To be honest, this movement skill had already been retired. With the increase of his cultivation, although soaring cloud steps was much more powerful than before, it was still far from the light and shadow profound meaning martial arts. He really did not expect that this old treasure at the bottom of his chest would actually come in handy. His figure rose more than 20 meters in an instant, and he actually stopped in midair. One had to know that a martial vein cultivator could not do this at all. Changxi stood on the ground, his eyes burning with anger. In terms of movement skill, he was actually not as good as Ling Xiao. Although his cultivation was now at Transcendent Realm First Layer, he could not catch up to Ling Xiao's movements. However, in his rage, he thought of a better way to attack. The terrifying long sword pierced through the air. The tail of the long sword was actually flashing with the light of lightning. Its speed was definitely faster than Ling Xiao's soaring cloud steps. Kid, there aren't many chances to kill you. Do you really think I will let you enter the Sword Immortal Tomb? The terrifying sword chi enveloped Ling Xiao. Changxi was determined to kill Ling Xiao, because he knew best what was inside the Sword Immortal Tomb. If Ling Xiao entered, then his cultivation and sword skills would probably become very strong. At that time, it would be impossible for him to kill Ling Xiao. Are you afraid of my talent? In the sky, Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a smile. He simply turned around and faced the flying long sword without any intention of dodging. Puchi! The long sword pierced Ling Xiao's body. Changxi's face bloomed with a surprised smile. Idiot, I am afraid of your talent. As long as you are dead, no matter how good your talent is, it is meaningless. Who is the idiot here? You don't seem to have considered the existence of martial spirits, right? Martial spirits were one of the talents of a martial artist. Naturally, it would not be sealed by the black wind of the Black Wind Canyon. Not only the tyrannical martial spirit, but also the other martial spirits. Including the power of the bloodline, it was the same. It could be seen that the Black Tortoise Divine Palace's test was clearly to select the person with the strongest talent and the highest comprehension. Then bloodline and martial spirits were also included. The stupid Changxi had actually forgotten that he could use martial spirits because he had obtained a bit of good luck in the Sword Immortal Tomb. In the end, Ling Xiao took advantage of the loophole. However, Ling Xiao did not use his Gemini martial spirits to enter the Sword Immortal Tomb. Instead, he appeared behind Changxi. Suddenly, a powerful force condensed and blasted towards Changxi. Before leaving, he had to take advantage of it. Demon Ox Art! He really missed it. The cultivation of the 9th level martial vein realm struck Changxi's body. Although it could not kill him, it injured him and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Chapter 1856. Taking advantage of the opportunity to injure Changxi, Ling Xiao stepped into the Sword Immortal Tomb. If you have the ability, don't run! The furious Changxi angrily rushed over. However, he only heard Ling Xiao's last words. If you have the ability, stay outside and wait. Changxi thought about it, and still felt that this was the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, he had just caused a lot of destruction in the Sword Immortal Tomb. Even if Ling Xiao went in and obtained some opportunities, they would definitely be incomplete, and could not be compared to his opportunities. Kid, I'll recuperate here and wait for you to come out and die. Moreover, as long as he can kill Ling Xiao, he can obtain the cultivation technique manual in Ling Xiao's hands. That is half of the intermediate Jade rank martial art. Even if he can't obtain the other half, he can still cultivate it. Above the Black Wind Canyon, the people of the Tianhai Holy Court are staring at the huge illusion screen. The expression on everyone's face is not good. Such a rare opportunity to kill Ling Xiao, Changxi actually did not seize it. What a waste. The Tianhai Holy Court does not have any good impression of Ling Xiao. Their most talented disciple, the sacred sword of the Wind Devil, was humiliated by Ling Xiao many times, and now his reputation is ruined. Sun Xiao, one of the 4 fierce beasts, was killed by Ling Xiao. The other 3 fierce beasts are also unable to recover from the setback. Every time they see Ling Xiao rise, they have a strong sense of anger and helplessness. Because the stronger Ling Xiao is, the more difficult it will be to take revenge. It was not easy to wait for a magical place like the Black Wind Canyon to seal Ling Xiao's internal strength and soul force, allowing Changxi to have the ability to kill him. But he did not succeed. How can they not be angry and depressed? On the contrary, the demon sword of the Wind Devil and Hong Qi are laughing heartily and even drinking a cup. The 2 of them are very satisfied with Ling Xiao's performance. To be able to injure the opponent in a weak situation and then calmly enter the Sword Immortal Tomb, this is not an easy thing. After entering the Sword Immortal Tomb, Ling Xiao discovered that there is a layer of strange light film blocking the Sword Immortal Tomb. However, this layer of light film did not have any defensive effect. He used the Taiji Eye to analyze it carefully, and discovered that the function of the light film was an alarm. In other words, if someone else came in, the people inside would sense it and make preparations. In this way, it would definitely be very beneficial to the cultivators inside. However, he was also a little confused. Why was Changxi in such a hurry to leave such a good place? No matter how much he thought about it, Ling Xiao couldn't come up with an answer. Thus, he gave up on this speculation. There was always a way out when the car reached the mountain, and the boat would naturally cross the bridge when it reached the bridge head. Ling Xiao might not have other things, but his ability to adapt to the situation was still quite impressive. He soon discovered that there were 5 doors leading to different directions. The first door had already been opened. Outside this door, there was a corpse lying on the ground. It was clearly a martial artist who participated in the White Tiger Storm meet. Furthermore, he was a martial artist from the Tianhai Empire. Haha, killing each other. This Changxi did a good job. He even killed someone from the Tianhai Empire. Ling Xiao could imagine that this person was definitely killed by Changxi. However, there was one thing that he was very concerned about. After this person died, the aura of the power of Black Wind leaked out from his body. However, this power of Black Wind had disappeared without a trace. Did it disperse into the air? Or? Ling Xiao frowned again. It seemed that this Black Wind Canyon was very interesting. It was far more interesting than what Lawless had said. Whether it's the same as what I guessed, we'll know when we kill Changxi later. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the 5 doors. There were words engraved on the 5 doors. The first door was engraved with Martial Vein Realm. After that, it was the Transcendent Realm, Heaven Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm, and Yin Yang Realm. It was really easy to understand the words engraved on it. Whichever martial artist's cultivation level was able to enter that door. Those with a higher cultivation level could enter the door of a lower cultivation level, but those with a lower cultivation level would definitely not be able to enter the door of a higher cultivation level. The door of the Martial Vein Realm and the door of the Transcendent Realm had already been opened. It was probably Changxi's doing. He had a very bad premonition. That guy had most likely caused devastating damage to the inside. Although he guessed so, he still went in to take a look. Sure enough, everything behind these 2 doors had been destroyed. Changxi, this guy, was really ruthless. However, could this stump Ling Xiao? He was not a stubborn person. He did not use the power of the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth outside because he did not want to lose the opportunity to train. But now, in order to find an opportunity, why not use it? Just as Ling Xiao was about to use the power of the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth to blast open all the doors behind, he suddenly heard the light membrane's alarm. He hurriedly hid, thinking that someone must have entered. However, after a while, he did not see anyone enter. Only a strange insect flew in. This insect was very small. If not for the Tai Chi Eye being open, Ling Xiao really would not have seen it. Thousand-eyed flying insect? F***ck, these black tortoise temple bastards are actually using our life and death battle to make money for people to watch. Ling Xiao was an alchemist, and the thousand-eyed flying insect was also a type of medicine, so he naturally recognized it. Thinking of this, he was very unhappy. They were thrown into a place filled with ferocious beasts, and then they had to let the audience watch. What did they take them for? Die. Ling Xiao suddenly dashed out and punched the thousand-eyed flying insect, smashing it to pieces. At this moment, he used the power of the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth. The thousand-eyed flying insect's defense was too strong. Without reaching the yin-yang realm, it was impossible to kill it. This was probably the thousand-eyed flying insect's second life-saving measure. The first was its small body. When it appeared alone, it was very difficult for ordinary martial artists to notice. One of the thousand-eyed flying insects died. Outside of Black Wind Canyon, Lawless frowned. According to his estimation, it was impossible for a martial artist to reach the yin-yang realm at this time. How could the thousand-eyed flying insect be killed? Where did the thousand-eyed flying insect die? He seemed to be transmitting his voice from 1,000 miles away. The Sword Immortal Tomb. Who's inside? The Celestial Empire's Heavenly Emperor, Ling Xiao. It's actually him? Lawless narrowed his eyes and thought for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and said, "It can't be him. It's probably a ferocious beast in Black Wind Canyon that killed it. Let another one in and see what happens." After a while, that person reported, "Supremacy, the murderous aura inside is too strong. It seems like there are demonic creatures inside. The thousand-eyed flying insect can't enter." What? Lawless looked at the illusion and was silent for a long time before he smiled and said, "Interesting, very interesting. Could it be that the Black Wind monster in Black Wind Canyon has appeared? It only awakens once every 800 years. These people are really lucky." Lucky? Aren't they just unlucky? It doesn't matter if they are lucky or unlucky. Since the thousand-eyed flying insect can't enter, then so be it. It's just one of the countless forbidden lands. Moreover, those who enter are just insignificant people. Don't worry too much. Pay attention to the movements of the 13 top geniuses. Lawless ordered. Yes. Chapter 1857. Inside the Sword Immortal Tomb, Ling Xiao clapped his hands. He had already set up a killing array here. The array did not have any offensive power. The only terrifying thing about it was its killing intent that could drive away many insects, including the thousand-eyed winged insect. "How can I let you see what I'm doing?" He smiled and turned to walk towards the stone door with the Heaven Realm engraved on it. He placed his hand on the stone door and injected the heaven-earth power required for the Heaven Realm cultivation. The stone door opened instantly. Ling Xiao stepped into the stone door. Inside the stone door, Ling Xiao discovered a sword technique. There was only one move, and it was also a mid-tier jade-grade sword technique. It seemed to be of the same series as the sword technique used by Changshi. 5 doors. I'm afraid there's a complete set of jade-grade martial arts recorded here, Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, the problem was that there was plenty of memory metal here, but he could not open it. There was a paragraph of text engraved on the memory metal that explained the conditions to open it. 3 Black Wind inscriptions, Black Wind cultivation at the Heaven Realm. What the hell was Black Wind inscriptions? Ling Xiao was completely stunned. He knew Black Wind cultivation. It probably meant that one had to cultivate to the Heaven Realm with the power of Black Wind. But what exactly was this Black Wind inscriptions? That old bastard Lawless really didn't explain anything clearly. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Obtaining a martial art but not being able to learn it was the most depressing thing. Helpless, he opened the door to the Grotto Heaven Realm. It was also a sword technique, but it was obviously of a higher level. There was also something written on the memory metal. For Black Wind inscriptions, Black Wind cultivation at the Grotto Heaven Realm. Behind the yin-yang realm door was the ultimate move of this sword technique, but it still could not be opened. The condition was 5 black wind inscriptions, black wind cultivation at the yin-yang realm. Behind these doors, there are only sword techniques and no methods to increase one's cultivation. Did Changxi really cultivate to the transcendent realm by himself? Ling Xiao frowned and became even more confused. No, that's impossible. I can tell how talented Changxi is. There must be something strange about it. Could it be related to that corpse? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao suddenly looked outside the sword immortal tomb. As for what the answer was, he would probably only know after killing Changxi. However, before going out, he had to first learn the 2 moves that Changxi used. The Taiji had the ability to analyze and replicate. Although Ling Xiao's black wind cultivation was only at the 9th level of the martial vein realm, this did not prevent him from comprehending the first move of this sword technique. Another figure suddenly separated from his body. Then, he began to spar with the figure. In the midst of battle, he constantly perfected and analyzed the sword moves. It wasn't difficult for Ling Xiao to learn the sword moves that Heifeng, who was only in the martial vein realm, was able to master with ease. Even though he was in Black Wind Canyon and his inner strength and soul power were sealed, he was still able to fight back. It was still the same. The Gemini martial spirits suddenly thrust their swords at him, using the same move that Changxi had used to deal with him. This sword seemed to be extremely far away, but it was also extremely slow, as if it would never be able to get close to him. However, in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blazing sun, making him unable to look at it. By the time he reacted, this sword had already pierced his throat. The same sword move, but different people can comprehend it differently. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. In fact, he already knew from the time he was in the transcendent realm that although there would be some explanations for the moves of gold grade and above martial arts, they were all very simple. Different martial artists could learn the same move, but with their own body as the condition, they could comprehend the same essence, but the method of execution was completely different. I'll call you Red Sun Sword Art. In the future, my Divine Light Sword will finally have a sword move that I can use. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This sword move was extremely powerful, and was definitely worthy of the Divine Light Sword. Although the Red Sun 9 transformations could increase the power of the Divine Light Sword, it was not a sword move, and could only be said to be auxiliary. Now that the Red Sun 9 transformations combined with the Red Sun Sword Art, it could be said to be both auxiliary and offensive. If he completely learned this sword technique, then Ling Xiao's Divine Light Sword would be much more powerful in the future. Changxi, that idiot, only learned the surface of this sword move, and did not comprehend its true essence at all. It's too ridiculous. He stood up and suddenly thought of a problem. According to the engravings on the metal in the door, this first move should also have a requirement. It must be a black wind inscription, and the black wind cultivation was at the martial vein realm. He met the latter requirement, but did not meet the former requirement. What was going on? Ling Xiao stopped there, his thoughts constantly running. Could it be that the so-called black wind inscription was something that was branded in the body of the participating martial artists after they cultivated the power of the black wind? If that was the case, it would make sense. He had a black wind inscription in his body, which completely met the requirements. Changxi killed the martial artist, and now he probably had 2 black wind inscriptions, which was why he was able to cultivate 2 sword moves. Right. It must be like this. It seemed that to unlock the later sword moves, he would need more black wind inscriptions. What was this Black Tortoise Temple thinking? Wasn't this forcing the martial artists to kill each other? Damn it, these powerhouses really didn't treat people as human beings. Ling Xiao was not so excited this time, because he had experienced the same thing more than once, and his mentality was already very calm. It's better to cultivate here to the transcendent realm before going out. I only have 1 sword move, and the opponent has 2. Although in terms of proficiency, they are not as good as me, I am only at the minor accomplishment. If the opponent finds an opponent, I may not be able to win if I don't reveal my trump card. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao sat back down and began to cultivate the power of the black wind. However, less than 10 minutes after he sat down, there was a keen wind raging in the sword immortal tomb, and there was a strange sound, as if something terrible had appeared. At this time, Ling Xiao understood why Changshi did not stay here to concentrate on cultivating, but ran out in a hurry. He must have encountered danger. He looked back and saw a black shadow flying over in the distance. This black shadow looked like a bear, and it spat out a strange black wind towards him. I am no match for it, run away! Ling Xiao turned around and fled. Before his cultivation reached a certain level, and before he fully comprehended the sword moves, he would definitely not fight with these powerful guys. Although he did not know what this black bear was, it was certain that this guy was very strong. Very strong! However, the black bear was too fast. Ling Xiao hurriedly pulled out Ice's Fury and stabbed out. This sword seemed to be extremely slow, and his arm seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This sword was like a joke. However, in the next moment, the tip of the sword shone brightly, and a red sun was about to burst out. At the same time, the black bear's body was pierced, and there was a cracking sound as it retreated a few steps. So strong! This is only the minor accomplishment, but it can actually stab a yin-yang realm existence. As expected of a jade intermediate martial art. Chapter 1858. His newly comprehended sword technique was actually able to injure a yin-yang realm black bear. Ling Xiao did not expect such an effect, but he knew that the black bear was not simple. It was impossible to kill it with this unpracticed sword technique. Therefore, he took the opportunity to escape. The training of sword techniques was not something that could be achieved by sitting there. It required continuous actual combat. He could not defeat the black bear, but the warriors outside the sword immortal tomb could become his opponents to hone his sword techniques. Looking back at the black bear, Ling Xiao sped up and rushed out. There was no one outside the sword immortal tomb. Ling Xiao could not help but feel disappointed. He originally guessed that Changshi would be waiting for him here, but he did not expect that fellow to leave. Roar! The terrifying roar of the black bear came from the sword immortal tomb, but the black bear did not come out. It seems like this monster is a guard guarding the ruins. I can only encounter it in the ruins. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, and quickly walked towards the teleportation array. There was no one here, but he would definitely encounter someone. He would not kill indiscriminately, but he would definitely not show mercy when he encountered his enemies. He was still eagerly waiting to practice the sword technique that he had just comprehended. Whoosh! A cold light attacked. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the teleportation array, he was ambushed. This cold light was a sword beam that was lying in ambush near the teleportation array. Moreover, it did not reveal any aura. Dodge! Ling Xiao was too familiar with this sword beam. Wasn't it the sword technique that he had been comprehending for a long time? Therefore, it was not too difficult to dodge. He used the soaring cloud steps and instantly retreated 2 steps, easily dodging the sword. The most terrifying part of this sword technique was that it seemed to contain some of the profoundness of speed. There was a hint of speed in the slowness. When attacking, it looked very slow, making it impossible to determine its intention and target. Then, it would suddenly increase its speed. By the time it stabbed you, you would not even know how the sword stabbed you. This was even more terrifying and difficult to guard against than pure speed. However, since Ling Xiao had comprehended this move, he naturally had a way to deal with it. After he dodged the attack, another attack came from behind him. In terms of technique, this attack was not inferior to the sword move in the slightest, but its power was clearly much weaker. Ling Xiao didn't dodge at all. He directly used the ox demon art to deflect the attack. His figure shifted once more, arriving at a position where he could see both of them at the same time. Changshi! Xu Nan! He recognized the 2 men in front of him. They were 2 of the 4 beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. Changshi was still a first-order transcendent. Xu Nan was only at the 5th level of the martial vein realm. No wonder Xu Nan's attack was so weak and couldn't cause him any harm. The two of you are really persistent. I've been in the Sword Immortal Tomb for 15 minutes. You guys have actually waited for me here for 15 minutes? Ling Xiao looked at the two of them and smiled. Humph, as long as I can kill you, let alone a quarter of an hour, even if I have to wait for 6 hours, it will be worth it. The Purgatory blood battle would only last for 6 hours, which was what Lawless had said himself. Changxi and Zhu Nan hated Ling Xiao so much that they would rather waste time to kill Ling Xiao than look for new opportunities. Speaking of which, Changxi originally planned to kill Ling Xiao alone, but Zhu Nan happened to pass by and was called down by him. After the two of them discussed for a while, they decided to ambush Ling Xiao. However, they didn't expect that their 2 consecutive attacks wouldn't hurt Ling Xiao. This surprised them a little. Fortunately, they didn't find that Ling Xiao had a new move, nor did his cultivation increase. Changxi was certain that Ling Xiao didn't obtain anything in the Sword Immortal Tomb, so he was still very confident that he could kill him. Hee, you guys think highly of me. In that case, let's continue. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't intend to talk nonsense. Although it was a little difficult to deal with the two of them at the same time, he had a sword skill that Changxi and Zhu Nan didn't know about. As long as he could kill Changxi first, Zhu Nan would be given away for free. To think that you can still smile. Are you stupid? You're about to die, yet you're still in such a good mood. So what if you entered the Sword Immortal Tomb? Are you depressed that you didn't get anything? Ha ha! Changxi hated Ling Xiao's smile the most. In his opinion, Ling Xiao should be showing a terrified expression, or even kneeling down and begging for mercy, instead of such a relaxed smile. That's right, Changxi obtained 2 sword skills and I obtained a powerful secret technique. Although I don't know how a trash like you cultivated to the 9th level of the martial vein realm, in front of the two of us, you have no chance of survival. Zhu Nan also spoke up. He seemed to be very heroic, as if Ling Xiao's head was already in their pockets. Pathetic! Ling Xiao shook his head and pulled out the Fury of Ice. If he used the Ox Demon art, he wouldn't be a match for Changxi. However, if he used the sword skill he had comprehended before, he was confident that even if his cultivation was inferior to Changxi's, he would still be able to win. Kill! Changxi did not waste any more words. The sword in his hand trembled, and there seemed to be a thunderous sound. He was using the second sword skill he had obtained from the Sword Immortal Tomb. However, with Changxi's talent, it seemed that he had only comprehended the surface of this sword skill. He hadn't even reached the small success level, and was completely unable to unleash the true essence of this sword skill. The only feeling it gave was that it was fast. In terms of talent and comprehension, I, Ling Xiao, am confident that I won't lose to anyone. You want to kill me in Blackwind Canyon? Dream on! Seeing Changxi's sword move coming at him, Ling Xiao slowly brandished the Fury of Ice and stabbed out. His movements were extremely slow, like a turtle, moving like a snail. Furthermore, it didn't seem like he had any moves to speak of. Changxi sneered. I'll be taking your Blackwind inscription. Then, his sword became even faster, as though it had suddenly accelerated. In an instant, it was in front of Ling Xiao. Indeed, by cultivating the power of Blackwind, one would possess the Blackwind inscription. I guessed right. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. The originally slow Fury of Ice suddenly accelerated and was even accompanied by the blinding light of the Scarlet Sun. This sword caused Changxi's eyes to close instantly. The sword in his hand also deviated by an inch. It was this inch that allowed Changxi's sword to pierce Ling Xiao's clothes. As for Ling Xiao's sword, it had already pierced deeply into Changxi's heart. It had even pierced through Changxi's body. Even the boulder behind Changxi was blasted apart. Both of their speeds were extremely fast. At that moment, Zhu Nan's attack had yet to touch Ling Xiao. Seeing that Changxi had been killed, Zhu Nan hurriedly withdrew his move. He was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. Who is the real trash? Such a brilliant sword art, yet you managed to comprehend it into trash. This sword move is really a waste in your hands. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Zhu Nan behind him. He withdrew the fury of ice and coldly spoke to Changxi's corpse. In the end, Changxi's eyes did not close. He died with his eyes wide open. There was only one set of sword moves in the Sword Immortal Tomb. He had already learned it. Where did Ling Xiao learn it from? Chapter 1859. What Changxi couldn't accept the most was that Ling Xiao's sword had a terrifying power that he couldn't resist at all. Ling Xiao is a piece of trash? In fact, I'm the real piece of trash. Pitiful guy, you 4 ferocious beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy could have lived a good life, but you had to provoke me. Do you really think that cultivators of the Dragon Phoenix continent are easy to bully? He suddenly looked at the thousand-eyed insect in the sky and said coldly, People outside, you should be able to see the battle here. If you want to see, I'll let you see as much as you want. But remember, I am the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. I'm not here to be cannon fodder for anyone. Those who attack me will die. This guy is too similar to me back then. The Liquor Demon's sword shook his head and smiled bitterly. I was also this confident back then, but the Black Tortoise Temple caused me to suffer heavy injuries. Until now, I can only rely on strong wine to expel the terrifying cold qi in my body. Do you think he'll be targeted by the Black Tortoise Temple like you? Hong Qi asked the Liquor Demon's sword. The Liquor Demon's sword pondered for a moment, and shook his head. No, his talent and perception are both stronger than mine. Perhaps the Black Tortoise Temple that even I can't challenge can't stop him. What a coincidence, I think so too. Hong Qi had watched Ling Xiao grow up step by step. He had never doubted Ling Xiao's confidence. After Ling Xiao killed Changxi, 2 black lights suddenly flew out from Changxi's body and entered his body. Black Wind Inscription. Without needing anyone to explain, Ling Xiao, who had entered the Sword Immortal Tomb, naturally knew that these were the Black Wind Inscription. And things weren't over yet. After the Black Wind Inscription entered Ling Xiao's body, there was no warning sign. Ling Xiao's cultivation directly rose to the 2nd level of the Transcendent Realm. This kind of increase was completely brought about by the Black Wind Inscription. So that's how it is. I knew it. A mere Changxi's talent and perception are inferior to mine, so how could his cultivation be stronger than mine? It seemed that the Black Wind Inscription could not only unlock all kinds of martial arts, but also improve one's cultivation. Other than the Black Wind Inscription, Ling Xiao had also obtained 2 sets of quarter martial arts memories from Changxi. Ling Xiao owned half of it. After the fusion, a complete Jade intermediate martial art was born. Black Wind Escape. After absorbing the memories within the memory metal, Ling Xiao discovered that this was a powerful secret technique, Black Wind Escape. This secret technique had both offensive and movement abilities. Although it wasn't very attractive to Ling Xiao, who possessed the light shadow profound, it wouldn't be a problem to use it in Black Wind Canyon. What's more, this Jade-grade martial art is incomparably precious. In the future, it will become an important addition to the Heavenly Empire's martial arts secret vault. One must know that although the Heavenly Dynasty Empire has many martial arts, but they don't even have a set of Jade-grade martial arts. This is a big obstacle for those martial artists to increase their strength. As the strength of the Heavenly Empire's cultivators increased, Ling Xiao's profound world body would also become stronger. So for him, this is still very beneficial. These things may sound very long, but in fact, it was only a matter of 1 or 2 minutes. Zhu Nan had just recovered from the shock, but found that he was already powerless. He didn't even have the courage to escape. Ling Xiao, this terrifying guy, he thought that he could take the opportunity to kill him in Black Wind Canyon. But in the end, the one who died was not Ling Xiao, but them. This was simply unacceptable to him. Could it be that this guy is actually a genius? Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head to look at Zhu Nan. Smiling slightly, he said, "Is it not good to be alive? When I first came to the Heavenly Sea City, you 4 beasts wanted to kill me to show your strength. Unfortunately, at that time, not only did you not succeed, but you were also seriously injured by me and my friends. I thought that this would teach you a lesson and make you restrain yourself. But I didn't expect that. I was wrong. You really don't learn from your mistakes. In this Black Wind Canyon, you still want to kill me? Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish today. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked towards Yunnan. Although this Yunnan was a piece of trash that could be casually killed in front of him, he would definitely not be lenient. This kind of person, if he could kill you once, he would kill you a second time. Even if he could not kill you, he would ruthlessly trample on you when you were unlucky. Xu Nan kept crawling backward. His limbs were powerless, but the thought of survival made him crawl very quickly. He wanted to escape into the Sword Immortal Tomb to hide. The current him was extremely fearful of Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao came to the White Tiger continent, practically no one paid attention to him. A mere martial artist from the backward Divine Phoenix continent came to the White Tiger continent. He was simply an existence that stepped on others' feet. But the Zhu Nan at that time was already one of the 7 small saints of Heavenly Sea City. He could easily kill Ling Xiao with just a little finger. So when he went to the Outstanding Heroes Pavilion to seek revenge, he was simply there to play. But he did not expect that that was the turning point of his life. After a crushing defeat, he might even lose his life now. You should understand that I am a martial artist from the Tianhai Sacred Academy. They can see it. If you kill me, the Tianhai Sacred Academy will not let you off. Zhu Nan knew that it was impossible for him to escape, so he hoped to use the reputation of the Tianhai Sacred Academy to intimidate Ling Xiao. Tianhai Sacred Academy? I never intended to find trouble with the Tianhai Sacred Academy, but they were not strict enough to raise scum like you. So what if I offend them? I have already killed Changxi, and I still have to kill the Wind Devil's sacred sword. Then what's wrong with killing you? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. To him, the Tianhai Sacred Academy was already like fire and water. There was no need to be afraid. Above the Black Wind Canyon, the martial artists of the Tianhai Sacred Academy gnashed their teeth in anger. But what was the use of that? Ling Xiao killed Changxi in front of them, and then chopped off Xu Nan's head with a sword. They were helpless, only angry. He killed our people. Why can't we kill his people? Who is a martial artist from the Celestial Empire? Come out if you have the guts. A martial artist from the Tianhai Sacred Academy roared angrily. As a 14th level Enyang Realm martial artist, he had long surpassed the qualifications to participate in the White Tiger meet. But he was still very angry that someone from the Sacred Academy had been killed. That's right. Come out. Where are you cowards hiding? Behind him, more than a dozen martial artists from the Tianhai Sacred Academy shouted at the same time, and their words became more and more unpleasant. In the end, they even scolded the ancestors of the Celestial Empire martial artists. They even said some unpleasant obscenities. Are you looking for me? A black figure appeared in the middle of these people. No one could see how he got there. They only saw that he was holding a wine gourd with a gloomy expression. The Wine Devil's sacred sword did not care about these people, but these people's words were too unpleasant. It involved the woman he loved the most, Ji Lingwei, and his dead parents. He could not tolerate it. Chapter 1860. The Wine Demon Sword wasn't in the mood to curse back at the cultivators of the Tianhai Holy Academy. He just killed them. A black sword light exploded in the crowd. Then, more than 20 cultivators of the Tianhai Holy Academy died on the spot. These were all people who spoke rudely. The Wine Demon Sword didn't give them any face and was very decisive. After killing them, he returned to his original position. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and even their voices became much quieter. Even if there were people who slandered Ling Xiao and the Heavenly Empire, they only dared to whisper and didn't dare to be unscrupulous. After killing Zhu Nan, Ling Xiao obtained the 4th Black Wind inscription. At the same time, his cultivation also improved a little, but he didn't break through. The main reason was that Zhu Nan's cultivation was too low. Even after absorbing it, he still couldn't break through and was still in the 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm. He had already used one of the 4 Black Wind inscriptions. There were still 3 unused inscriptions left. At this time, after opening the Tai Chi eye, he could see that there were 4 shining inscriptions in his body, which were very conspicuous. Interesting, in this case, killing cultivators who have more black wind inscriptions will give me more inscriptions. And I won't feel guilty because this kind of person must have killed more than one person. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and decided on his next plan. Instead of foolishly cultivating, it was better to seize the black wind inscriptions. As long as he could comprehend the meaning of the black wind inscription, he could absorb the power of the black wind contained in it and turn it into his own cultivation. This was a test of comprehension. Unfortunately, even the people who planned this challenge didn't expect Ling Xiao to have the Tai Chi eye. In an instant, he could comprehend the black wind inscription without wasting any time. However, if he wanted to obtain more inscriptions, he would need stronger combat strength. In order to obtain stronger combat strength, Ling Xiao used 2 inscriptions to activate the second style of the Red Sun Sword Art. The first style of the Red Sun Sword Art required one to comprehend the sword intent of speed. It seemed slow but was actually extremely fast. The second style of the Red Sun Sword Art was a pure sword intent of speed, which was even harder to master than the first style. It pursued extreme speed, like a meteor falling. Coupled with the Divine Radiance sword, the moment the enemy saw the light, their heads would have already fallen to the ground. When Ling Xiao re-entered the Sword Immortal Tomb, the black bear was nowhere to be seen. Therefore, he spent another 15 minutes to completely comprehend the second move of the Crimson Sun Sword Art, and sparred with his Gemini martial spirits. Once he reached the small success stage, he would leave. At this moment, the black bear appeared once again. It seemed that he could not stay in a certain ancient remnant for more than 15 minutes. Once he did, the black bear would definitely charge over. After entering the transportation array, Ling Xiao's position changed. He looked around with the Taiji eye and discovered several cultivators with multiple black wind inscriptions. The black wind inscription was rather interesting. Even if someone else used it, he could still use it after snatching it back. It seemed like the Black Wind Canyon was once a burial ground for immortals. Only a worldly immortal could create such a magical place. After mastering the 2 styles of the Red Sun Sword Art, and breaking through to the second level of the Transcendent Realm, Ling Xiao's strength could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. At the same time, he could also see the black wind inscriptions in other people's bodies because he snatched them. This was definitely a huge advantage for him. According to his experience, the more black wind inscriptions a cultivator had, the stronger their current strength. Because every time a black wind inscription was absorbed, his cultivation would increase. The stronger the cultivator he killed, the higher his cultivation would increase. In order to be safe, Ling Xiao observed for a while and then fixed his eyes on a cultivator with 2 black wind inscriptions. He activated the black wind escape and chased after him. Using the black wind escape in the Black Wind Canyon was simply amazing. As expected of the Black Tortoise Temple's intermediate jade grade martial arts. In a moment he had already arrived near the cultivator with 2 black wind inscriptions. And isn't that MOU? He hid in the dark and saw that MOU was fighting with someone in front of an ancient remnant. Another cultivator was hiding behind a boulder, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This cultivator who was waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack was the one Ling Xiao was targeting because he had 2 black wind inscriptions. What a coincidence! The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oreo behind. Boy, you're out of luck! Ling Xiao secretly smiled, suddenly pulling out Ice's Fury and rushing towards the other party. The other party's reaction wasn't slow, actually noticing Ling Xiao's sneak attack at the first moment. Not only did he not retreat, he instead turned around and rushed towards Ling Xiao with a long spear in his hand. Sneak attacking me? Courting death! The other party shouted, his long spear trembling. Sure enough, it was another intermediate jade grade martial art. Obviously, this person had also obtained some kind of opportunity. Spear images flashed and turned into thousands of spear images, all of which flew towards Ling Xiao, making it impossible to distinguish which was the real one. Good spear art, Unfortunately, your comprehension is not thorough enough. Ling Xiao sneered, directly using the second form of the Scarlet Sun sword art. At that moment, the other party only saw a dazzling light and subconsciously blinked. Puchi! In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced through the other party's throat. The battle ended very quickly. Because the second form of the Scarlet Sun sword art required one to comprehend the fast sword intent. Return. The other party's 2 black wind inscriptions instantly flew into his body. At this time, he had 6 black wind inscriptions, 3 of which he had already used. At the same time, his cultivation broke through again, directly breaking through from the 2nd layer to the 4th layer of the transcendent realm. The reason why he broke through 2 layers in a row was because his opponent's cultivation was higher than his, reaching the 3rd layer of the transcendent realm. After inheriting the black wind inscriptions, his cultivation naturally broke through. This Ling Xiao is simply shameless. How can he sneak attack others like this? Some people who were unhappy with Ling Xiao gnashed their teeth and said, "Are you an idiot? This purgatory blood battle is about killing each other. What's more, that person obviously wanted to sneak attack Mou, who is Ling Xiao's friend and a cultivator from the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. What do you think is wrong with Ling Xiao's actions?" A person next to him ridiculed disdainfully. He was not from the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, but because of Ling Xiao's brilliant performance, he had become a fan of Ling Xiao. Especially that sword strike just now, it was simply as fast as the sun. When the sun arrived, the sword had already arrived. Chang Shi had also comprehended these 2 sword arts, but compared to Ling Xiao, they were simply not on the same level. This was the gap between talent and perception. Moreover, the fact that Ling Xiao could instantly comprehend the black wind inscription that he had seized and greatly improve his cultivation also surprised everyone. Even the 6 powerhouses in the sky were paying attention to him. This kid is a little strange. Could he have entered Black Wind Canyon before? Impossible. Our Black Tortoise Temple oversees the Myriad Lightning Extreme place. If someone entered Black Wind Canyon, even if we couldn't stop them, we would definitely know. Lawless shook his head and said, "I'm afraid this person has some secret." Chapter 1861. Thank you. At this moment, Mou had finished off his opponent. If anyone underestimated Mou, they would be at a disadvantage. Mou was ranked in the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list in the Divine Phoenix continent. His talent was not bad at all. At the very least, he was at the same level as the 7 small saints of the Heavenly Ocean. Among the 155 martial artists, there were many who were less talented than the 7 small saints of the Heavenly Ocean. Go in and comprehend it. I'll wait for you outside. Ling Xiao now had 3 brand new black wind inscriptions. He could comprehend the 3rd style of the Red Sun sword technique. At the same time, he could keep a lookout for Mou outside. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mou did not waste any time and immediately entered the ruins to look for opportunities. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged outside the ruins and began to comprehend the 3rd style of the Red Sun sword technique. The 3rd style was just as he had guessed. It was a pure slow sword intent. For this style, the slower the better. However, being slow did not mean that it was not threatening. When Ling Xiao was comprehending this sword technique, he visualized a person holding a long sword. His movements were extremely slow. If it were not for the Tai Chi eye, he would not even be able to see his sword move. At this moment, another person was holding a sword and attacking him. The speed was extremely fast, but when it got close to the person, it suddenly slowed down. The sword was even attracted by the person's long sword. It was as if it was stuck in a quagmire and could not be pulled out. At this moment, a red sun rose. Terrifying flames engulfed the attacker and turned him into ashes. I understand now. The slow sword intent not only slows you down, but it can also slow down the opponent's sword. It can even make them fall into your slow sword intent and be unable to extricate themselves. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, indescribably excited. However, he discovered that a huge wild boar was standing in front of him, saliva dripping from its mouth. It was obvious that it was treating him as a delicious meal and wanted to swallow him whole. Sigh, I can't stay outside for too long. It's time to run, Ling Xiao sighed. He used the black wind escape and escaped into the black wind, causing the wild boar to lose its target. The time limit in the ruins was 15 minutes. It was the same outside the ruins. When the wild boar saw Ling Xiao running away, it chased after him. At this time, Mou just happened to come out of the ruins. Seeing that Ling Xiao was gone, he stepped onto the teleportation array and continued to look for new opportunities. Although he did not know exactly what the Black Wind energy was, he believed that the benefits obtained in the Black Wind Canyon would definitely be brought to the outside world in some form. Therefore, it was definitely not a bad thing to work hard to raise one's cultivation and fight hard. In fact, Ling Xiao had stepped onto the teleportation array before him. Another relic! Ling Xiao looked up. The entrance to the ruins was clearly protected by a light membrane. Someone must have entered. The words, Sir God Qianzu, were written on the ruins. Ling Xiao didn't know who Sir God Qianzu was, but he didn't want to leave just like that. He wanted to go in and take a look. If there was something suitable for him, he had to get it. In this purgatory blood battle, he could not show any mercy. Anyone who tried to stop him from getting stronger would die. Ling Xiao stepped into Sir God Qianzu's ruins. Just as he entered, he saw someone walking out. 100-eyed Demon Lord! Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao did not like the 100-eyed Demon Lord because he had threatened to kill him outside. The 100-eyed Demon Lord disliked Ling Xiao even more because Ling Xiao had caused him to lose the bet to Jun and Mo Qing. Through the Tai Chi eye, he could see that there were 6 black wind inscriptions on the 100-eyed Demon Lord. This number was the same as his. However, the 100-eyed Demon Lord's cultivation was slightly higher than his, at Transcendent Realm Level 6. It seemed that the 100-eyed Demon Lord had killed cultivators with higher cultivation, so he had obtained more cultivation. The 100-eyed Demon Lord looked at Ling Xiao and suddenly revealed a cruel smile. Interesting. Could it be that the heavens are helping me, Wulong, by allowing me to kill you in the Black Wind Canyon? The 100-eyed Demon Lord smiled coldly and released a terrifying killing intent towards Ling Xiao. Outside the Black Wind Canyon, the spectators suddenly became nervous. Ling Xiao's performance in Black Wind Canyon had been outstanding, but he still hadn't met the 13 top geniuses. The 100-eyed Demon Lord was the second-ranked genius of Jingyi School, second only to Feng Fei. Could Ling Xiao's miracles continue if he met him? Those who hated Ling Xiao hoped that Ling Xiao would be killed by the 100-eyed Demon Lord. As for those who liked Ling Xiao, they hoped that Ling Xiao would have a greater breakthrough and successfully kill the 100-eyed Demon Monarch, Wulong, to become even stronger. At the same time, a few more cultivators were sent over from the transportation array. Among them was Dan Feng, a martial artist from the Celestial Empire. Dan Feng had obviously gained many benefits as well. Although his aptitude wasn't as top-notch as Ling Xiao's, he was ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix rankings of the Divine Phoenix continent. He was definitely at the level of the 4 heroes of Tianhai continent. Now he was like a fish in water in Black Wind Canyon. As long as he didn't meet the 13 top geniuses, no one could stop him. Rumble! With a loud bang, the ruins in front of them suddenly exploded, and 2 figures rushed out from inside. One was Ling Xiao, the other was the 100-eyed Demon Lord. Everyone knew that in the Black Wind Canyon, a martial artist's inner strength and soul power would be sealed, and their martial skills would become unusable. But the reputation of the 100-eyed Demon Lord was still resounding. Many of the cultivators trembled at the sight of him. They didn't dare to do anything but watch from afar in fear. As for Dan Feng, he was naturally happy to see Ling Xiao. But it wasn't a good thing for Ling Xiao to meet the 100-eyed Demon Lord. It was very troublesome to meet these top geniuses too early. He had already decided to leave, but now he stayed. He was worried that he wouldn't be a good friend if he wasn't there when Ling Xiao needed help. You and I are equal in strength. Are you sure you want to fight? Ling Xiao looked at the 100-eyed Demon Lord. If possible, he didn't want to meet the 13 people too early. After all, It would take a lot of effort, and he might even get injured. It wouldn't be good to let others take advantage of him. But his words were seen as weak and easy to bully by the 100-eyed demon lord. So what if I want to kill you? Wulong grinned and said. You made me lose the bet, and to that June watching who is weaker than me. You've lost a lot of face. You must die. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words and suddenly attacked with a palm. This terrifying palm wind tore through the gale in Black Wind Canyon, and wanted to smash Ling Xiao into pieces. It's quite powerful. Looks like you also used the Black Wind inscription to unseal some martial arts from the ruins. Ling Xiao looked at the terrifying palm wind coming at him, but he did not retreat. Not willing to fight didn't mean that he didn't dare to. A martial artist who retreated in the face of battle couldn't be unwavering on the path of martial arts. So here, even if both sides suffered, Ling Xiao wouldn't retreat. Facing the terrifying palm wind, Ling Xiao took out Ice's fury. The long sword moved slowly, as if it weighed hundreds of thousands of jin and couldn't be moved. Chapter 1862. No matter what tricks you are playing, it's useless. 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong sneered. Hundreds and thousands of horrifying insect legs appeared behind him. Wulong, who had 6 Black Wind inscriptions, had unsealed an outstanding martial skill. Although Ling Xiao did not know what kind of skill it was, he was sure that it was unsealed from Sir God Qianzu's relic. Thousands of insect legs suddenly extended and stabbed toward Ling Xiao at the same time. It was as if thousands of arrows were piercing his heart. Countless cracks appeared in the void. It was obvious that the skill was extremely powerful. However, just as the 1,000 feet were about to reach Ling Xiao, they suddenly slowed down. They were like crawling snails and could not move at all. Third move of Red Sun Sword Technique, Red Sun Vortex. Ling Xiao looked at 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong coldly. With him as the center, a sea of fire with red suns intertwined was formed. The horrifying red flame instantly spread a few meters long and burned the insect legs one by one. When Wulong saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He immediately laughed and said, Ha ha ha, good boy, it seems that you have also obtained a lot of good things. If I kill you, I should be able to obtain more Black Wind inscriptions. Originally, he was just unhappy with Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao had made him lose the bet. But now, greed appeared in his heart. Ling Xiao's cultivation was on par with his and he had also obtained a magical skill. It was enough to show that Ling Xiao had many Black Wind inscriptions. If he killed Ling Xiao, his cultivation would definitely increase by a large margin, and the Black Wind inscriptions he would obtain would also be more. Go to hell! Wulong was not discouraged when his attack failed. With a loud shout, he opened his mouth and inhaled. Behind him, a gigantic 1,000-legged worm appeared. The 1,000-feet worm was also known as the String of Money. It was faster than a centipede and its poison was not weak. It seemed that Sir God Qianzu was the 1,000-feet worm that had become a human immortal. He didn't expect Wulong to comprehend his martial arts. Wulong was indeed worthy of being one of the 13 top geniuses. His talent and comprehension ability were not inferior to Ling Xiao's at all. When he opened his mouth and inhaled, the 1,000-legged worm behind him also opened its mouth and inhaled. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt his body involuntarily fly towards Wulong. It was as if he was being torn apart by an invisible force. His body was about to go out of control. Petty tricks! Break for me! Ling Gao's face turned cold. Ice's fury suddenly stabbed into the ground, and tyrannical sword she flew in all directions. Rumble! After a series of explosions, the powerful suction force was finally shattered. Even the 100-eyed demon monarch, Wulong, took a few steps back. Wulong, I might not be a match for you outside, but if you provoke me here, you're courting death. Black Wind escape. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly turned into a cloud of black gas and charged towards Wulong. Even a person made of clay would have a temper. Moreover, Ling Xiao's temper was not small to begin with. Since the 100-eyed demon monarch wanted to die, he would fulfill his wish. He had to admit that he was not a match for this guy outside. However, in here, the 100-eyed demon monarch's strength was on par with his. He was not afraid at all. Even if he did not use the power of the royal heaven-earth, he was 50% confident that he could kill Wulong. So fast! Wulong was even more furious when he saw Ling Xiao charging towards him. Ling Xiao did not lie down obediently and let him kill him. Instead, he dared to counterattack. How could he not be furious? 1,000 feet shadow fist! Wulong roared and punched with both his fists. They actually turned into tens of thousands of fist shadows, completely enveloping the area in front of him, leaving no gaps. The fist shadows were extremely powerful. Just the fist wind alone shattered the nearby rocks and turned them into dust. The scene was a mess. In the black wind, Ling Xiao's face revealed a sinister smile. The sword in his hand was still slow. However, it was much faster than the third form of the Red Sun sword technique. The first form of the Red Sun sword technique, daybreak in the horizon. The sun rose from the east. Its speed was not fast. However, the moment it rose, the light reached the mystic world. This was the terror of daybreak in the horizon. Ling Xiao raised his sword slightly. It was like the sun rising from the east. It looked so slow. However, in the blink of an eye, the sword light seemed to have transcended the limits of time and space, and suddenly appeared in front of Wulong's heart. This was not fast. It was strange. An extremely strange sword technique. The fast and slow sword intent was extremely profound. Once one mastered this sword intent, not to mention the Red Sun sword technique, they could even use other moves with this intent. It would definitely catch the opponent off guard. Because the sword technique was too strange, and because the sword light arrived in an instant. Even if it was the 100-eyed demon lord, it was impossible for him to avoid such a terrifying attack in an instant. All he could do was to tilt his body slightly, and use his synthesized intermediate jade-grade martial art to dodge. However, even though he managed to avoid being hit in the vitals, the sword still pierced through Wulong's body, leaving behind a clearly visible bloody hole. This sword strike infuriated Wulong to the extreme. His face was covered in a layer of frost. His murderous intent gushed out from his body, blowing away the black wind in the vicinity. Ling Xiao's sword was too strange. This included the extremely slow sword strike from before, which made him feel at a loss for what to do. This guy was too scary. If he allowed this fellow to continue living, then with this fellow's talent and comprehension, surpassing him would be something that would happen very soon. Bang bang bang. In order to assassinate the 100-eyed demon monarch, Ling Xiao took a few punches. He pulled out the fury of ice and dodged in an instant. Wulong's comprehension of martial arts was much better than Chang Shi's. Even with the protection of the mystic world body, he could still feel his blood surging. If he did not have the mystic world body, he would definitely be injured. Although his injuries were definitely lighter than Wulong's. However, the situation where both sides were injured could not be changed. Bah! What a 100-eyed demon monarch! You're indeed powerful. That sword actually did not kill you. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He looked at Wulong and said with a smile, "However, this sword is not easy for you either. Why don't you stop here? If you continue to stand here, I'm afraid others will benefit from it." He believed that with his ability, he could kill Wulong. However, the price of killing Wulong would probably not be small. That was definitely not what he wanted to see. There was still a long time before the purgatory blood battle ended. It was equally important to maintain sufficient combat strength. Finding such a powerful opponent to fight from the start was not a wise thing to do. It could even be said that it was foolish. You actually want to live after injuring me? Unfortunately, Wulong could no longer control his anger even though he had such thoughts. Go to hell! A terrifying evil aura burst out from Wulong's body. Then, this guy's figure flashed and pounced towards Ling Xiao. He did not choose to retreat. Instead, he pounced forward. It was as if he was going to fight with his life on the line. Perhaps the arrogant aura and anger had confused the mind of this top genius. Chapter 1863. Do you think you're still the 100-eyed demon lord outside? Idiot! Ling Xiao did not back off, but stabbed out with his sword. Crimson Sun Sword Technique, Second Form, Crimson Sun Flash. This was the pinnacle of speed, the essence of the swift sword intent. The 100-eyed demon lord, Wulong, who was flying in the air, was shocked when he saw this sword. He was used to fighting high and mighty, used to crushing his opponents, so he had never thought of being suppressed by his opponent. However, today, he tasted the pain of being suppressed for the first time. Facing the glaring sword light, the only thing he could do was to block it with his hands. After all, he was not the 100-eyed demon lord outside. In Black Wind Canyon, his strength was greatly weakened, which made him unable to use his strength. Puchi! The terrifying sword light mercilessly pierced through the 100-eyed demon lord's fists. Not only did it not stop, but it continued to shoot out at an extremely fast speed, blinding the 100-eyed demon lord's right eye. Blood flowed out from Wulong's eye socket. This made Wulong feel like an injured ferocious beast. He was furious to the extreme. Die! Die! You must die! Ignoring his injuries, he charged forward again. Unfortunately, a ferocious beast that had completely lost its mind was not a threat to Ling Xiao at all. I thought I only had a 50% chance of killing you, but now, if no one helps you, you're dead meat. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and stabbed out with his sword again. This time, it was still the Crimson Sun Flash. The Crimson Sun Flash was extremely fast, and it was the most suitable move to kill the enemy. Stop! Suddenly, a delicate voice was heard. Ling Xiao could feel a terrifying aura being sent out from the teleportation array, and it was charging toward him. This person was extremely fast. If he wanted to kill Wulong, he would definitely be attacked by her. Helpless, he suddenly turned around and stabbed the Crimson Sun Flash toward the person. Boom! The terrifying sword light collided with the incoming person's palm, causing a resounding boom to erupt. Rocks flew everywhere, and the ground caved in. Ling Xiao used the Black Wind escape to a safe spot to avoid being attacked from both sides. Only then did he see the person clearly. It was Zui Linglong, the girl who had helped him before. Junior sister, help me kill him! Wulong shouted when he saw Zui Linglong. At this moment, he was extremely depressed and angry. Because he was in Black Wind Canyon, he could not unleash his full strength, which led to him almost being killed by Ling Xiao. He felt that this kind of thing was simply impossible outside. Ling Xiao looked at Zui Linglong warily. This woman's current strength was not inferior to Wulong's at all. Furthermore, she was clearly more rational than Wulong. It would definitely not be as easy to deal with as before. Moreover, his 3 sword moves had already been exposed, so it was impossible for them to have such a sudden and miraculous effect. I can't kill him. Zui Linglong glanced at Wulong and said, But he can forget about killing you. Ling Xiao could tell that Zui Linglong was unwilling to fight him because either of them had a chance of winning. Although he was unable to kill Wulong, such an outcome was not a bad thing. Otherwise, he would not be a match for Zui Linglong and Wulong. Ling Xiao had noticed Dan Feng long ago. In fact, when Zui Linglong attacked his hand, Dan Feng also reacted. Unfortunately, Dan Feng's attack was completely ignored by Zui Linglong. She easily dodged his attack. Ah! You're pissing me off. If I see you again, I'll kill you! Seeing Ling Xiao and Dan Feng step into the teleportation array, Wulong roared angrily. He was like an injured beast watching its prey escape. Senior brother, your cultivation is so much higher than his. Isn't it easy to kill him? Why are you asking for trouble? Zui Linglong said indifferently. What do you know? No, I need more Black Wind inscriptions. I need to increase my strength. Wulong suddenly looked at the martial artists who were watching the show near the teleportation array and revealed a sinister smile. Kill! He suddenly jumped up. Although he was injured and blinded in one eye, his strength was still terrifying. The martial artists near the teleportation array fled in panic. But there were still 2 martial artists who were slower. They were hit by Wulong's terrifying fist shadows and died on the spot. Wulong also obtained the Black Wind inscriptions. However, after Wulong obtained the Black Wind inscription, he didn't immediately increase his cultivation. It could be seen that although his comprehension ability was very high, it was still inferior to Ling Xiao's. He needed to spend some time to comprehend it. Junior sister, you go. I'll go and comprehend the Black Wind inscriptions. Wulong glanced at Zui Linglong. He was actually suspicious of this junior sister who came to save him and was afraid of being sneak attacked. Zui Linglong did not say anything and turned to leave. As a disciple of the Jingyi school, Zui Linglong knew Wulong too well. He was suspicious and cruel. If they were not from the same sect, she would not have bothered to save him. Naturally, she had to leave quickly. On the other side, Ling Xiao and Dan Feng had arrived at a safe place. It was not near the ruins, so there were no other martial artists. Thank you for what happened just now. Ling Xiao glanced at Dan Feng and smiled. Even though Dan Feng's intervention did not help him in any way, he accepted Dan Feng's kind intentions. Your Majesty, you must be joking. Dan Feng shook his head and said, If your Majesty sees me in danger, he will naturally help. There's no need to mention this again. Ha ha ha, let's not mention it. Let's part ways here. Be careful. It's been less than 2 hours, and there's still a long time before the Purgatory Blood Battle. I estimate that when the Purgatory Blood Battle is over, there will only be about 100 martial artists who can survive. Try to improve your strength as much as possible so that you can survive. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Because the Black Wind inscriptions could be transferred and reborn, if one was lucky, he could get several Black Wind inscriptions by killing one person. Therefore, although there were many geniuses, there might not be many people who would die. As time passed, everyone would probably see the rules of the Purgatory Blood Battle. Those who were weak would try their best to avoid it, while those who were strong would be difficult to kill. If he wanted to eliminate a lot of people, it would not be easy. He calculated that if 50 or 60 martial artists died in the end, it would be about enough. Therefore, if he wanted to get more Black Wind inscriptions, he would have to work harder in the first 2 hours. As time went on, the difficulty would naturally increase. Understood. Dan Feng cupped his hands and turned to leave. Although he did not have Ling Xiao's ability, it was not a problem for him to protect himself. After Dan Feng left, Ling Xiao continued to look for his next target. His Red Sun Sword technique still had 2 moves that he had not activated. At the very least, he had to activate these 2 sword moves to be considered complete. To be able to obtain 2 sets of middle jade grade martial arts in the Purgatory Blood Battle, and one of them could be perfectly matched with the Divine Light Sword. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Chapter 1864. Ling Xiao wanted to smoothly advance to the next battle, but he also needed to obtain some benefits. Therefore, he still had to hunt down other cultivators. The Tiahai Sacred Institute still has the Wind Demon's Sacred Sword and Wang Xiang. Since the Tiahai Sacred Institute and I are already like fire and water, there's no need to be polite. I'll go find those 2 and kill them now. Ling Xiao made up his mind and opened his Tai Chi eye to scout around. Because of his cultivation and the black wind, he could not see very far, but he could still see about 1 li. Although Black Wind Canyon was large, 1 li was not small. If a cultivator really entered his surveillance range, he would not miss it. Interesting, it seems like many people are rushing towards me. Ling Xiao discovered something strange. Logically speaking, in Black Wind Canyon, other than him who had the Tai Chi eye, it would be very difficult for others to discover his location. However, these people seemed to be able to see him. They stared at him and sped up to chase after him. There were quite a number of people, as many as 7 or 8. He raised his head and looked at the 1,000-eyed bug. Could someone have tipped them off? He could not help but suspect because he had almost annihilated the Tsungjing family, and the Tsung Jing family was a loyal lackey of the Black Tortoise Temple. Who could guarantee that the Black Tortoise Temple would not secretly take revenge? Perhaps they could not deal with him openly. After all, the Black Tortoise Temple also cared about their reputation. However, it was completely possible for them to use these little tricks to inform other cultivators of his location. Moreover, it was done secretly. I'll find out after I catch a guy and ask him. After all, a guess was just a guess. Ling Xiao did not want to use his own guess to convict others. Whether his guess was accurate or not, he just needed to catch a captive and ask him to find out. Since someone is here to die, I'll just wait here. You think you're here to kill me, but you don't know that I'm the real hunter. Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye, so he could clearly see the strength of the 7 or 8 people. Only one of them had 3 black wind inscriptions, while the other 6 only had 1. With such a lineup, as long as he was careful, he could completely wipe them out without any losses. Not long after, all 7 of them arrived near Ling Xiao. They saw Ling Xiao sitting there, calmly looking at them. You guys are so slow. Ling Xiao yawned and said with a smile. But that's also true. He knew that he was going to die, yet he still came. Naturally, he couldn't be too fast. He sneered. His figure flickered and circled around the 7 people. Then, he threw down a refining array stone. Myriad Gate Formation! The reason he set up the 10,000 gate formation was not to make it easier to kill the 7 of them, but to prevent them from escaping. After all, there were too many teleportation arrays in the vicinity. If any of the 7 people entered the teleportation array directly, it would be impossible for him to find them. The other party would definitely hide in a secluded place and wait for time to run out. Don't be afraid of him. There are 7 of us and only 1 of him. Everyone has been affected by Hei Feng. How much stronger can he be compared to us? He is not one of the top 13 geniuses. The leader hurriedly shouted when he saw that everyone was panicking. Everyone agreed when they heard that. 7 against 1, was there really a need to be afraid? It was not like they were outside. Ling Xiao, when you see us, you'd better wait for your death. Otherwise, we will make sure that you die without a complete corpse. The leader shouted sternly. Let's not fight. I don't seem to know you guys. Why do you want to kill me? Is it for the Hei Feng inscription? Ling Xiao needed to figure out the reason why these people wanted to kill him. Was there someone behind them? Do you think we will tell you? Do you want to rely on this nonsense to wait for rescue? Guys! Let's go together! The leader waved his hand directly. Then, the 7 of them charged at Ling Xiao together. Ling Xiao shook his head gently and pointed the fury of ice at the 7 of them. You will tell me! The first move of the Red Sun Sword technique dawned on the horizon. The fury of ice was waved slowly, but the power of Hei Feng was more abundant. When the 7 people were less than 4 or 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, suddenly, a thunderous sound burst out from the tip of Ling Xiao's tongue. 7 figures were sent flying at the same time. 6 of them were decapitated on the spot and died tragically in Black Wind Canyon. 6 Hei Feng inscriptions flew into Ling Xiao's body, and Ling Xiao's cultivation suddenly soared, reaching the 7th layer of the transcendent realm. You can't even see through each other's strength, yet still dared to try and kill me. Stupid to such an extent, none of you can compare. Ling Xiao flicked the fury of ice and stared indifferently at the fallen cultivator. This man was the leader of the 7 cultivators and had 3 Hei Feng inscriptions. The reason he was still alive was not because he was strong, but rather because Ling Xiao did not intend to kill him. Because Ling Xiao needed to leave one alive to interrogate him. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? Why aren't you attacking? Ling Xiao looked at the cultivator with a smile and asked mockingly. The man did not seem to realize that Ling Xiao had been merciful just now and actually went berserk, brandishing a long saber in his hand. As he swung it, the sound of wind and thunder rang out. Lightning danced on the saber's blade, filling it with a sharp killing intent. His saber slashed directly at Ling Xiao. Since he could not escape, he could only attack. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's attack did not kill him, making him feel that Ling Xiao was not that strong. Ding! However, reality was cruel. His saber strike was not weak, and it had cost him 3 Hei Feng inscriptions to unseal it, so it could be said to be very powerful. It was a pity that Ling Xiao was even stronger. With just 2 fingers, he easily caught the saber. Even the saber chi was sealed by Ling Xiao's fingers. I didn't kill you just now because I wanted to ask you a few questions. Do you really think you're that strong? Ling Xiao glanced at the man disdainfully, a cold smile flashing across his face. If I don't want to die, you won't be able to kill me. The man suddenly laughed wildly, and his body was covered in a layer of strange black armor, enveloping him tightly. The black armor's secret skill was a set of martial arts that he had obtained from the memory metal that Lawless had given him. He had already tested its strong defense, and even the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, who had 6 Hei Feng inscriptions, could not hurt him, so he believed that Ling Xiao could not hurt him either. Pathetic! Ling Xiao shook the ice fury in his hand. He did not use any moves, but just an ordinary stab. The power of the black wind instantly condensed at a point, and drilled into the black armor. Although he could not use the light shadow profound now, he could always learn something from the martial arts that he had practiced before. For example, this stab was based on the same principle as the Crimson Sun drill and the Shadow drill. It relied on condensed inner force to accelerate the rotation to increase the attack power. Although it was not as strong as the Crimson Sun drill and the Shadow drill, it should not be a problem to break the opponent's black armor. 1. The sound of the ice fury drilling through the black armor was heard. The warrior's throat was bleeding, but it was not yet fatal. Chapter 1865. Tell me what I want to know. Otherwise, you can just bleed to death. It will be very painful. Ling Xiao gently patted the cultivator's shoulder and said with a smile, I beg you, please give me a quick death. We were commissioned by Water Spirit Temple and the White Horse Kingdom to kill you. That person exclaimed. Sometimes, death was not so scary. The scariest thing was that you had to watch yourself die and suffer a fate worse than death. This Ling Xiao was simply a demon, a terrifying madman. How did you find me? Ling Xiao asked again. However, just as he asked this question, a black shadow suddenly rushed out of the black wind. It was so fast that Ling Xiao could not react at all. The scariest thing was that this black shadow could actually enter the 10,000 gate array, kill the cultivator, and then leave. What was strange was that after the black shadow killed the cultivator, the 3 black wind inscriptions of the cultivator entered Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through again and reached the peak of the transcendent realm. However, this did not make him happy. The black shadow just now had the ability to kill him, but instead of doing so, it killed the cultivator. This meant that the information that the cultivator might reveal would have a great impact. Black Tortoise Temple! You guys are really good! Ling Xiao already had his own judgment in his heart. These people were able to find him because of Black Tortoise Temple, but because of the 1,000-eyed insect's live broadcast, Black Tortoise Temple could not allow this person to leak information. Therefore, they killed him to silence him. Some people might ask, wouldn't it be easier to just drive away the 1,000-eyed insect here? Obviously, Black Tortoise Temple was more cautious. They were afraid that if Ling Xiao took control of one of the 1,000-eyed insect, their actions would be meaningless. In fact, Ling Xiao did exactly that. One of the 1,000-eyed insect was caught by Ling Xiao and trapped in his storage ring, but it could still record everything in front of it. If you're not strong enough, let's not pursue this matter for now. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed his anger toward the Black Tortoise Temple. Even the demon Wine Sword couldn't do anything to the Black Tortoise Temple. He definitely couldn't casually provoke such a huge existence. Only after becoming stronger would it be a wise choice to seek trouble with these fellows. Just like how he killed Feng Mingqishan. He killed 7 people in an instant, and obtained 9 black wind inscriptions. And Ling Xiao's cultivation had also finally advanced to the first level of the celestial realm. At this moment, less than 2 hours had passed in the purgatory blood battle. He had already advanced from the martial vein realm to the celestial realm. With this level of cultivation, Even if he were to encounter the 13 top geniuses, he would not be afraid. What Ling Xiao needed to consider now was how to use the 9 black wind inscriptions. Should he unseal the last 2 moves of the Crimson Sun sword art, or should he find a more powerful martial art and unseal it? After all, although the 9 black wind inscriptions seemed easy to obtain, such an opportunity was rare. As time went on, there would be fewer and fewer idiots who would come to die like this. Let's keep it first. Ling Xiao finally made a decision. After several fierce battles, his comprehension of the first 3 moves of the Crimson Sun sword art had all reached the proficient realm from the small success realm. Although the moves had not changed, the power had increased a lot. Coupled with the breakthrough in cultivation, it should not be a problem to use it to deal with the next battle. The Black Wind Canyon was huge, and he wanted to find something stronger. If he guessed correctly, the strongest inheritance in the Black Wind Canyon should not have appeared yet. Even the people of the Black Tortoise Temple had not found it. Moreover, to unlock this kind of inheritance, the number of Black Wind inscriptions needed would definitely not be small. He was worried that 9 would not be enough, so how could he be willing to waste them? Anyway, the memory metal of the 2 moves are in my storage ring. If it's really not possible, I can learn it immediately. Now I'll go look for the strongest inheritance in the Black Wind Canyon. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao leaped and left. He would advance according to the requirements of the Black Tortoise Temple. However, there were some things that the Black Tortoise Temple did not require, but he had requirements for himself. Originally, he planned to get a few more Black Wind inscriptions on the way, but as he expected, after 2 hours, many martial artists with weaker cultivations chose to hide. The Black Wind Canyon was huge, and even if they hid, no one would be able to find them in a short time. As long as they hid well, it would be safer than running around randomly. Ling Xiao did not encounter any enemies on the way, but he did encounter Zhu Xiaotsong. Zhu Xiaotsong seemed to be seriously injured, but at least he was not dead. Ling Xiao simply brought him along to recuperate while looking for the strongest inheritance. What was a friend? What was a comrade? It meant that at the most crucial moment, they would sacrifice themselves for each other. How could Ling Xiao abandon Zhu Xiaotsong? Brother Ling, I encountered the Crown Prince Consort in the depths of the canyon, and was severely injured by her. On the way, Zhu Xiaotsong said to Ling Xiao, "She injured me because we have a grudge against each other, and because of a strange underground palace." You went in? Ling Xiao asked. No, but the aura of the underground palace is similar to yours. I think it might be useful to you. Zhu Xiaotsong replied. Take me there. Zhu Xiaotsong might not be talking about the strongest inheritance in the Black Wind Canyon, or maybe there was no strongest inheritance in the Black Wind Canyon. However, Ling Xiao definitely wanted to try his luck. There was no strongest inheritance, but he might encounter the most suitable one. According to Zhu Xiaotsong, since the aura there was similar to his, then it was probably related to some kind of martial arts he cultivated. Light and shadow profound meaning? Mystic world physique? Or soul judgment? No matter what it was, it might be an opportunity. Could the place that the Crown Prince Consort took a fancy to be bad? When Ling Xiao and Zhu Xiaotsong arrived at the underground palace, the Crown Prince Consort was nowhere to be seen. There is no light barrier at the entrance of the underground palace. The Crown Prince Consort probably didn't go in, or she went in and came out. Let's go in and take a look. Without the Crown Prince Consort here, they could avoid a difficult battle. That woman was very troublesome. She was no easier to deal with than the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong. When Ling Xiao and Zhu Xiaotsong stepped into the underground palace, a powerful sacred aura surged towards them. Zhu Xiaotsong almost couldn't withstand it, and was almost blasted out. However, Ling Xiao blocked the power for him. Ling Xiao was very excited, because he could clearly feel that this powerful and sacred aura was very similar to his mystic world physique. Zhu Xiaotsong's feeling was right. Brother Zhu, you've helped me a lot. Ling Xiao stood at the entrance, and closed his eyes to feel the powerful sacred aura. He seemed to see 2 statues. One was very domineering. He had a crown on his head and was standing on a divine dragon. His body flickered with azure light, like the color of the sky. The other was calm, reserved, dignified, and graceful. He was standing on an earth dragon, and his body flickered with yellow light, like the color of the earth. Chapter 1866. Looking at the two statues, Ling Xiao was reminded of the records he had read in the ancient books. Heaven and earth were not separated, but mixed into one. Yin and Yang were first determined, and Yin and Yang were located. Clear Qi was the Yang heaven, and turbid Qi was the Yin earth. The Yang heaven was passed down from the 5 grands, and the 5 heavens were located above. The Yin earth was multiplied by the 5 yellows, and the 5 Qi were condensed, supporting the mountains, forests, and houses. Heaven Yang and Earth Yin, and Heaven Empress Earth. Without a doubt, the domineering one of the two statues was the Heaven Emperor, also known as Heaven Duke. The noble one was the Earth Empress, also known as Mother Earth. Thus, Yin and Yang were separated. The core of Ling Xiao's mystic world body was the Heaven Empress Earth cells. The more cells there were, the stronger his mystic world body would be. What he had obtained in the everlasting joy Immortal Island's secret realm might not be the whole thing. It might even be the tip of the iceberg. Compared to the Scarlet Sun sword art, Ling Xiao valued the mystic world body more. The reason was simple. The Scarlet Sun sword art was just a sword skill, a method to kill enemies. Less wouldn't have much of an effect, and more would only increase the number of attack methods. However, the mystic world body was different. After becoming stronger, the body itself would become stronger, and the benefits would accompany it for life. Thus, he chose to enter the underground palace to comprehend the power of the Heaven Empress Earth. It was more urgent than unsealing the sword's skill. After all, he only had 4 hours left. He had to use every minute at the most crucial point. After Ling Xiao and Zhu Xiaotsong entered the underground palace, the Crown Princess led Tianhai Tyranny, Shangguan Qing'er, and the other Tianhai Empire cultivators to the underground palace. Crown Princess, you're talking about this underground palace? I'm afraid someone has already entered. Tianhai Tyranny looked at the light barrier around the underground palace and said indifferently. Impossible. I just killed Zhu Xiaotsong and tried to enter the underground palace, but I was blasted out by a terrifying force. I'm at the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm. The Crown Princess shook her head. She couldn't believe that someone had entered the underground palace while she was away. However, the appearance of the light barrier proved it. Even if she didn't want to believe it, there was nothing she could do. Fine, let this Crown Prince go in and take a look. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean was also very interested. What kind of underground palace could actually stop the Crown Princess? However, the moment it penetrated the light film, the powerful force attacked again. He was only able to hold on for a short while before he was forcefully blasted out. His expression was very ugly. I understand now. Those who are fated will obtain it. I'm afraid that the one who entered is a fated person. Even though Heavenly Ocean Tyranny was tyrannical, they weren't stupid. They understood the reason. Crown Princess, don't waste your time here. Let's go somewhere else. Perhaps there's a place of inheritance that's suitable for us. When Tyranny Heavenly Ocean saw that he couldn't enter this place, he decided to leave. He didn't want to waste time on pointless matters. Alright, but we have to leave someone here to keep an eye on it. If the person inside comes out, we can't let him leave. The Crown Princess gritted her teeth. Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon, stay here with the others. Anyway, what you've obtained is already enough for you to comprehend. You won't be able to digest any more. Just stay here and cultivate. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean glanced at Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon and then left with the Crown Princess. Even though Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon was annoyed that he was being ordered around like a dog, he didn't dare to disobey Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's orders. If he offended Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, he knew what would happen to him. He would definitely die a miserable death. What's more, Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon was very interested in the people who entered this underground palace. He led practically all of the Heavenly Ocean Empire's martial artists except for the 4 prodigies and the Crown Princess to guard this place. No matter who it was, he wasn't afraid. Even if he encountered those 13 peak geniuses, he still had the strength to fight them. This was the advantage of having more people. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Zhu Xiaotsong had already entered the depths of the underground palace. The deeper they went, the more powerful the terrifying aura became. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to continue, but Ling Xiao had cultivated the mystic world body. Not only did he not fear this aura, he even felt it was very familiar. As for Zhu Xiaotsong, following behind Ling Xiao, he also basked in a lot of glory. After that strange energy was filtered through Ling Xiao's body, it could actually accelerate the healing of his injuries. It was simply mysterious. After being heavily injured by the Crown Princess, he originally thought that he wouldn't be able to participate in the next battle. Who would have thought that his recovery speed would be so fast that he felt that his injuries would be completely healed in less than 2 hours? In the depths of the underground palace, there were no 5 doors, only 2 statues. They were exactly the same as the statues in Ling Xiao's mind. They were the Imperial Heaven-Earth Empress, the legendary 2 great gods of the mystic world who controlled yin and yang and heaven and earth. The history of the Imperial Heaven-Earth Empress was much longer than that of the human king. When they were born, the mystic world was still in chaos. It was unknown who had actually used the Imperial Heaven-Earth Empress to create such a miraculous body-refining technique like the mystic world body. Brother Zhu, just sit there and heal. With me here, this energy shouldn't be able to harm you. Ling Xiao stood in front of the 2 statues, his eyes reluctant to leave them. His heart was filled with shock and excitement. The Imperial Heaven-Earth Empress's cells in his body were jumping crazily as if they were all going to rush out. Without a doubt, these 2 statues were the fortuitous opportunities in this underground palace. Because when he saw these 2 statues, he discovered the inscriptions below the statues. Unsealing each statue required 6 black wind inscriptions. In other words, unsealing 2 statues at the same time would require 12 black wind inscriptions. However, Ling Xiao only had 9 black wind inscriptions that he could use now. He was still short of 3. Coincidentally, Zhu Xiaotsong had 3 black wind inscriptions. Brother Ling needs black wind inscriptions? Zhu Xiaotsong asked. And I still need 3. Ling Xiao nodded, feeling some regret in his heart. He really should have killed a few more martial artists. I just happen to have 3 black wind inscriptions here. I can transfer them to you. Anyway, even if I can pass the first stage, I can't pass the second stage. Zhu Xiaotsong suddenly said. Transfer them to me? Ling Xiao stared blankly for a moment and asked. That's right. I personally saw Heavenly Sea Tyranny force the Heavenly Sea Empire's martial artists to transfer the Black Wind inscriptions to him. Those martial artists didn't die, but the power of the Black Wind was completely gone. What Zhu Xiaotsong didn't say was that those martial artists who had their Black Wind inscriptions transferred looked like cripples, almost unable to move. He was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't accept it. Because Zhu Xiaotsong was too clear about his own skill level. As long as Ling Xiao was alive, he would have a chance to live. If Ling Xiao became stronger, he would have a chance to become stronger. No! Ling Xiao directly rejected Zhu Xiaotsong's idea. If he didn't try something, who knew if there would be repercussions? What if it caused Zhu Xiaotsong to become a cripple? Although Ling Xiao wasn't a saint, he couldn't treat his friends like this. Chapter 1867. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and looked outside. Suddenly, he smiled. Haha, someone sent me the Black Wind inscriptions. Brother Zhu, wait here first. I'll be back soon. Ling Xiao saw the Wind Demon's sacred sword and one of the 4 ferocious beasts, Wang Xiang. The Wind Demon's sacred sword had 4 Black Wind inscriptions, and there were people protecting it. It was not easy to kill. Wang Xiang had 3 Black Wind inscriptions, and there was almost no one protecting him. Thus, Wang Xiang became his target. He set up a barrier formed by his heaven-earth power around Zhu Xiaosong. Then, he turned and left. Outside the underground palace, Wang Xiang was chatting with his junior brother from the Tianhai Sacred Academy. I heard that Chang Shi and Zhu Nan were killed. I don't know which bastard did it. If I find out, I'll kill him. The four ferocious beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy had a good relationship. Although they all had their own thoughts, they often hung out together. It was normal for Wang Xiang to have such words. Senior brother, I seem to have heard that it was Ling Xiao who did it. The junior brother lowered his voice and said, Someone saw it. Ling Xiao? That celestial emperor? How is that possible? He may be very powerful outside, but in this Black Wind Canyon, everything starts from scratch. I don't believe that he can kill Chang Shi and Zhu Nan at the same time. Wang Xiang shook his head and said, If he really did it, I'll crush his head. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. A ghostly voice suddenly sounded in Wang Xiang's ears. He was so frightened that his hair stood on end. He was extremely frightened. Ling Xiao! He was too familiar with this voice. He tried his best to find Ling Xiao. However, a gust of black wind blew. He immediately felt his throat turn cold, and intense pain attacked him. He wanted to scream, but his throat was leaking and he couldn't make any sound. He could only stare at the familiar face in front of him and reveal an extremely frightened and desperate expression. You guys are so close. Go down and accompany the three of them. Puchi. After pulling out the long sword from Wang Xiang's throat, Ling Xiao didn't stop at all. With the three black wind inscriptions in hand, he turned around and headed towards the underground palace. It was only when Ling Xiao stepped into the underground palace that the rest of the people suddenly woke up. Especially the sacred sword of Wind Demon. How could he not recognize that figure? Stop! The sacred sword of Wind Demon tore through the air and turned into a white sword radiance. It pierced through the light barrier in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't dare to do that outside. However, in this Black Wind Canyon, he had received the help of Tianhai Tyranny and the Crown Princess, and his current cultivation had reached the second level of the Heaven Realm. Of course, it was also the sacrifice of several Tianhai Empire martial artists that contributed to his success. Just as Chang Shi had thought before, he also believed that this was the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Rumble! However, at the instant he charged into the underground palace, the violent power of the royal Heaven Queen Earth came crashing out, sending him flying out. Even Tianhai Tyranny couldn't resist the power, so how could he? Damn it, go inform the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess, tell them that Ling Xiao is in the underground palace. The sacred sword of Wind Demon stood there with a ferocious expression and suddenly turned around to shout at a martial artist. In the end, he was still afraid. If Ling Xiao obtained some powerful martial arts in this underground palace, then he might not be able to kill him. Thus, it was necessary to find Tianhai Tyranny and the Crown Princess. That person flew through the air. Unexpectedly, less than 1 li away, he was attacked by a terrifying chill, freezing him on the spot and turning him into ice fragments. How can I let you ruin Big Brother's good fortune? The one who attacked was actually Blue Snow. After separating from Ling Xiao, Blue Snow relied on her outstanding talent to obtain many opportunities. Now, her ability was probably not inferior to those 13 top geniuses. Ling Xiao had always thought that Long Qin, Blue Snow, and Crimson Moon were more talented than him. Of course, his comprehension was better, and with the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he was able to slightly surpass these three. As for those 13 top geniuses, their talent was at most on par with these three. In fact, as the three of them unearthed more of the dragon race's potential, those 13 geniuses might not be able to compare to these three little fellows. Now, in this Black Wind Canyon, the safest people were Long Qin, Blue Snow, Crimson Moon, Ling Xiao, and the 13 top geniuses. They had the highest chance of survival. On the other side, Ling Xiao stepped into the underground palace again. You're back? Zhu Xiaosong saw that Ling Xiao had returned safely and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, I killed Tianhai Holy Institution's Wang Xiang and obtained 3 Black Wind inscriptions. Now I can finally comprehend the Heavenly Queen of Earth's inheritance. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, Brother Ling, go ahead. I'll protect you. Although Zhu Xiaocong wasn't very strong now, it wouldn't be easy for ordinary martial artists to kill him. At the very least, he could buy some time for Ling Xiao. Pay attention to this underground palace. After 15 minutes, there might be a huge black bear appearing. Just remind me. Ling Xiao instructed Zhu Xiaocong and then used the same trick to kill all the 1,000-eyed insects in this underground palace. He couldn't let so many people see his cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any secrets. Brother Ling, don't you know? After 2 hours have passed, these monsters will appear for 2 hours instead of the previous 15 minutes. Zhu Xiaocong said. Who did you listen to? Ling Xiao asked happily. Crown Princess. She seems to have obtained some unspoken secrets from somewhere else. Zhu Xiaocong replied. That's great. Thank you for telling me. Ling Xiao was very clear that an inheritance that required 12 Black Wind inscriptions would definitely be extremely powerful. One had to know that the most powerful move of the Crimson Sun sword art only required 5 Black Wind inscriptions. If he wanted to completely comprehend it, it would probably take some time. He wasn't afraid of anything else, but he was afraid of the sudden appearance of the huge black bear. At this moment, he had no other thoughts. He sat cross-legged in front of the 2 divine statues, and 12 Black Wind inscriptions flew out. The Black Wind inscriptions in midair flashed with 12 different colors of light and entered the 2 divine statues. Boom! At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if his spirit ocean was like a tsunami, letting out a loud rumble. Then, an inheritance memory with a terrifying ancient aura poured into his spirit ocean like a tide. Pooh! Because he couldn't control it, Ling Xiao actually spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became much paler. Brother Ling, are you all right? Zhu Xiaocong asked in shock. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. This guy is very strong. Although he was injured, Ling Xiao's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly shouted. He actually took a step forward. Although this inheritance memory was incomparably domineering and terrifying, he, Ling Xiao, was naturally not an easy person to deal with. He, Ling Xiao, would definitely not back down because of this little difficulty. Chapter 1868. To Ling Xiao, such a powerful and domineering legacy memory must have recorded even more domineering and terrifying content. If he was afraid, he would have to give up. How could he be willing to do that? The moment he stepped out, the entire world seemed to have changed. Universe of Tyrants? Ling Xiao was shocked to realize that he was in the familiar universe of Tyrants. The majestic space of the martial soul of Tyrants. The taupe beast was lying in the void with a planet in its mouth. It seemed to like it a lot. On the other side, there was a huge shadow of the golden crow. It spanned across the vast universe, causing the entire place to be covered in gold. On the other side, in an even darker and colder place, there was a huge shadow floating there. It was the primordial divine demon. This was something that Ling Xiao already had. He was very familiar with it. Hence, he didn't take a second look and continued moving forward. Finally, after stepping out of countless stars, he finally saw the Imperial Heaven Queen too that he had been looking forward to. At that moment, Imperial Heaven was wearing the firmament armor and holding a huge sword. He stood proudly in the sky and looked into the distance. Empress too was wearing the firmament armor and holding the firmament staff. She stood beside Imperial Heaven leisurely and looked in the same direction. That place was filled with darkness. Terrifying dark aura kept coming. It was mysterious and horrifying. He didn't know where that place was. Suddenly, a huge tentacle reached out from the darkness and charged toward the mountain river world behind Empress Tuesday. The mountain river world was a small world in the universe of Tyrants. It was also the martial soul space that Ling Xiao had first formed. If the mountain river world was destroyed, his foundation would definitely be destroyed. To be honest, Ling Xiao was shocked when he saw that. However, at that moment, Imperial Heaven slashed with his sword. The terrifying sword light that could tear apart the universe instantly sliced the tentacle into countless pieces and disappeared. However, just as Imperial Heaven attacked, more tentacles charged toward the mountain river world. Empress Tu was chanting and the firmament staff in her hand gave off a golden glow. A huge firmament shield appeared in front of those tentacles. Countless tentacles hit the firmament shield and couldn't move an inch. Imperial Sky took the opportunity to attack. With a series of slashes from his great sword, those tentacles were all torn apart. The two great gods stood there, facing the attack from the darkness, unwilling to take a step back. The terrifying and shocking scenes kept changing. The attacks coming from the darkness were getting stronger and stronger. The Imperial Heaven Empress kept fighting, but the wounds on her body kept increasing. Ling Xiao stood there, extremely nervous. He did not know if this was real or an illusion. In short, he knew that once the Imperial Earth Empress was defeated, his mountain river world would definitely crumble and it might even implicate the universe of Tyrant. This was the worst possible outcome. The scene continued to change. Ling Xiao's frown deepened. Under the attack of the dark space, the two great gods finally fell to the ground. Although they didn't die in battle, they were all seriously injured. Ling Xiao's heart was beating violently. In the dark space, a figure stepped out. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but one could tell that he was incomparably powerful. It was much more powerful than any of the previous attacks. Ling Xiao really wanted to rush up and fight on behalf of the Imperial Heaven Empress. However, he knew that he was too weak. In such a battlefield, he had no right to interfere at all. Ha ha! Why are you guys so stubborn? He's not anyone to you. He only cultivated a little bit of your martial arts. The black figure let out a strange laugh, which actually spread wantonly in the universe. Countless stars exploded because of this laughter. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. Just his laughter alone was enough to destroy a star. What sort of terrifying existence was this? The huge black figure stretched out a huge hand, and a terrifying power poured down, wanting to smash the mountain river world into pieces in front of the Imperial Heaven Empress. Who dares to destroy my mountain river world? Die! Ling Xiao finally broke through his fear and cowardice and charged out. If the mountain river world was destroyed, he would die. If he was killed, he would also die. Although he didn't know if this was real or fake, he believed that only he could save himself at this moment. The moment he rushed out, the Imperial Heaven Empress and Empress Tu stood up, turning into two streaks of light, one green and one yellow, and fusing into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao felt a powerful force pouring into his body, and a shocking sound came from his throat. This terrifying sound spread out, and the stars that were originally shattered in the vicinity actually exploded again, turning into countless ashes. He held a giant sword in his left hand and an earth scepter in his right. He wore light shadow battle armor, and the phantoms of two great gods appeared behind him. Then, he stabbed out with his sword, and that huge palm was actually torn into pieces by his sword. Kill! The giant sword danced, and the scepter spewed out a powerful power of Empress Tuesday. Ling Xiao was like the fusion of the Imperial Heaven Empress and charged into the dark space. That huge black figure actually retreated in defeat. Could this be the true power of the mystic world body? Ling Xiao was incomparably shocked and excited. He could feel that the power he used to charge at that huge black figure was all the power of the Imperial Heaven Empress. The power of the Imperial Heaven was even stronger. The power of Empress Tu was even stronger in defense. The combination of the two, what was it if not the mystic world body? The last time in the Eternal Joy Celestial Island's secret realm, he obtained the cultivation method of the mystic world body. But that was just a method, and it was concise to the extreme. He needed to comprehend and ponder on his own before he could comprehend something. But no matter how high his comprehension ability was, it was very easy to go astray, and cultivate the original true mystic world body into something neither fish nor fowl. No, that's not right. Ling Xiao shook his head. This assumption was unreasonable. To be more precise, it should be the cultivation method of the mystic world body that came from the comprehension of the two divine statues in this underground palace, and then created it. One had to admit that the guy who created the mystic world body cultivation method was also an extremely terrifying person. Ling Xiao had seen him before. However, that person's strength was ultimately still inferior to the two great gods of Imperial Heaven and Empress Tuesday. After all, such a powerful cultivation method was obtained from comprehending these two divine statues. It was not something of origin. But who exactly could create such powerful two divine statues for people to comprehend? This place was the 10,000 lightning extreme place. Could it be done by a human king? Or perhaps, these two divine statues were Imperial Heaven and Empress Tu in the first place? Ling Xiao thought a lot, but in the end, he could not figure it out. But at this time, his thoughts were no longer limited to the mystic world. What was that dark power that could make Imperial Heaven and Empress Tu feel an immense threat? In this mystic world, apart from the myriad races martial artists, was there really still such things as gods? Imperial Heaven and Empress Tu was not imagined by the mystic world's martial artists, but truly existed before. Then with Imperial Heaven and Empress Tu, could there be other gods? Chapter 1869. Not only were there unknown gods, but there were also heavenly demons that came from outside the mystic world but were clearly low-level heavenly demons. Even an existence like the Night Devil King was someone to be hunted down. What kind of world was this? What kind of world was it outside the heaven's chosen door? These questions kept appearing in Ling Xiao's mind. The battle was still ongoing in the Heaven Tyrant universe, and Ling Xiao's thoughts were also constantly turning. Zhu Xiaotsong, who was outside, could clearly feel the sacred, vast, and majestic power that emerged from Ling Xiao's body. At this time, Ling Xiao was completely enveloped by a greenish-yellow light. The power of the Imperial Heaven Earth Queen actually didn't need the help of a cultivation technique and circulated in Ling Xiao's body on its own. In addition to tempering his physical body and forging his muscles and bones, it also awakened the cells of the Imperial Heaven Earth Queen. With every tempering, not only did Ling Xiao's body become much stronger, but the power of the Imperial Heaven Earth Queen in his body also became stronger. Such an aura appeared on his body before, but seeing it today, it seems to be even stronger, more sacred, and vast. It has a feeling that makes people want to prostrate themselves in worship. What kind of cultivation technique is this, to actually be so magical? Zhu Xiaotsong looked at Ling Xiao as he healed his injuries. Ling Xiao stood there like a god, majestic and solemn, making people not dare to look at him directly. There was a greenish-yellow light twining around his body, and occasionally, a pitch-black light would appear. That greenish-yellow light revealed a vast righteous aura, the aura of heaven and earth. And that pitch-black light was incomparably evil and overbearing, making people's hearts tremble. This brother Ling probably has secrets that we don't know about. It seems that what father said back then was right. This person could definitely grow into a giant, a top powerhouse in the mystic world. He was also the rumored Heaven's chosen child. Heaven's chosen child not only had outstanding talent and extremely high comprehension, but most importantly, they had extremely good luck. Not only were they difficult to kill, but they often had many more chances to encounter fortuitous encounters and opportunities than ordinary people. Those 13 top geniuses were all people with extremely high talent and comprehension, but they might not be Heaven's chosen child. Whoever could survive in the end and become a giant of the profound world would be the true chosen one. Zhu Xiaotsong and Ling Xiao hadn't known each other for long. When he met Ling Xiao had not yet entered the Dragon Phoenix list. At that time, he only saw Ling Xiao as a genius with potential. He didn't understand why his father had to stand on Ling Xiao's side. However, after experiencing so many things, he could be said to have seen through it all. This Ling Xiao was truly the chosen one. Not only was his talent outstanding, his comprehension was shocking, and it would not be easy for anyone to kill him. Otherwise, Ling Xiao, who had so many enemies, would have died long ago. He was a rising star, and he would definitely become this year's White Tiger Storm Gathering's greatest dark horse. 13 top geniuses? Perhaps they would all become stepping stones for this dark horse to take off. The power of the Royal Heaven Queen of Earth circulated automatically in Ling Xiao's body, while Ling Xiao was fighting bravely in the tyrannical universe. That giant black shadow was very terrifying. Even if he had the advantage, it was actually hard to kill. Terrifying power poured in from the pitch-black space endlessly, becoming the energy source of that black shadow. However, Ling Xiao was not discouraged. He still advanced step by step, wanting to completely eliminate this black shadow. Thoroughly behead. As the battle progressed, some of the inherited memories were naturally displayed in his hands. Cultivating like this was much faster than any pure comprehension speed. In the tyrannical universe, stars were destroyed, galaxies shattered. This vast and terrifying battle was something that Ling Xiao had never imagined before. He could not even step out of the profound world, let alone destroy stars. However, this battle had indeed made him extremely excited, and he had also benefited greatly from it. What he did not know was that while he was fighting, something astonishing started to happen. In the underground palace, 2 god statues suddenly shot out 2 rays of light, one green and one yellow. This light actually completely dispelled the black wind in the entire Blackwind Canyon. The originally dark canyon suddenly brightened up. Between heaven and earth, something seemed to be changing. Above Blackwind Canyon, Lawless's eyebrows twitched, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Heaven and earth are changing? How could such a vision happen in Blackwind Canyon? He looked at Blackwind Canyon below in shock. A large number of beasts that were attacking the martial artists were suddenly hit by the 2 green and yellow rays of light, and their bodies immediately fell apart. Many of the participating martial artists were saved by the 2 green and yellow rays of light. Among them were Ji Luoyu and Feng Minglian. These 2 girls were not very lucky. They did not encounter Ling Xiao but were attacked by the beasts. They had no choice but to flee in a hurry. When their lives were in danger, they were saved by the 2 green and yellow rays of light. In fact, it was not just them. There were dozens of martial artists who were saved by the 2 green and yellow rays of light. If it were not for these 2 rays of light, the death toll in this first battle would have risen to nearly 100 people. This was also the number of people that Black Tortoise Temple originally planned to eliminate. Lawless stared at Blackwind Canyon below his feet, and his entire body seemed to be trembling. Although he was powerful and looked down on everything, even Black Tortoise Temple could not have such a shocking effect on Blackwind Canyon. Who on earth could have done this? Heaven and earth are changing. Imperial Heaven Hutu has awakened. The black wind in Blackwind Canyon was completely dispersed, the beasts were killed, and the martial artists were saved. This phenomenon had never happened before. It seemed that Blackwind Canyon was going to disappear from the land of infinite thunders. The disappearance of a mystic realm could only mean one thing, and that was that the core item of the mystic realm had been obtained by someone. Who was it? Was it one of the 13 top geniuses? Or was it Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanchuang, or Ling Xiao? Or was it some guy who pretended to be weak? Lawless did not understand, but this phenomenon was not something he could stop. He could only let it develop. The only trouble was that the number of people in the next battle was a little too high. However, there was still 2 hours. It was still hard to determine what would happen. Roar! Boom! The blood-curdling cries of beasts filled the air as thunder rumbled throughout Blackwind Canyon. It was like the wrath of heaven had descended, leaving many of the martial artists trembling with fear. They had no idea what was going on. They could only deal with the changes by remaining cautious while keeping a close eye on their surroundings. At the very least, the green-yellow rays of light had not harmed any of the martial artists. Instead, they had only killed the terrifying beasts. Somewhere in Blackwind Canyon, Foam Face stood there, looking mildly at the beast that had been severely injured by the green-yellow rays of light. Then his figure suddenly flashed as he killed the beast with a single, precise strike. At that moment, a terrifying black wind power was released from the beast's body and poured into her body. Chapter 1870. Although there were no black wind inscriptions, the powerful energy still caused foam phase cultivation to soar. At the same time, similar things were happening all over Black Wind Canyon. The more courageous, resourceful, and talented a martial artist was, the easier it was for them to gain benefits from the dead beasts. The 13 top geniuses, plus Longchen, Blue Snow, and Hong Yu all began to increase their strength. Sun Linchan, Mu Wanshuang, and the rest didn't stop their attempts either, but were a bit slower. Ha ha ha, this feels great. After being weakened by the green-yellow light, these beasts aren't as strong as before, but they still have the power of black wind. It's a great help to our cultivation. Such carefree laughter could be heard from many places. Some martial artists who were hiding in the dark also came out, unwilling to be left out. Now that they had a chance to increase their cultivation, they didn't want to be cowards. More importantly, even if they were cowards, they still wouldn't be able to escape death when the time came. They might as well use this chance to increase their cultivation and save their lives. The slaughter lasted for an hour. During this period, a yin-yang realm martial artist was finally born. In other words, some of them had recovered their original cultivation levels. Moreover, the difference in strength between the martial artists grew wider and wider, creating a clear divide. Some were still pitiful martial vein cultivators, while others were already in the yin-yang realm. The source of all these changes was the two strange rays of green-yellow light. However, Ling Xiao, who was the main culprit behind this huge commotion, was completely unaware of this. The giant shadow was slain by him, and everything around him suddenly disappeared. The green-yellow light on Ling Xiao's body quickly receded. But his eyes were still closed, as if he was experiencing something. By his side, Zhu Xiaotsong was fighting a giant black bear. This black bear was much weaker than the one Ling Xiao had seen before and had been injured by the green-yellow light. Zhu Xiaotsong dealt with it with ease. Outside the underground palace, Sacred Sword Wind Devil was in a good mood. Although His Highness Crown Prince and Crown Princess hadn't come, he'd killed 2 beasts by accident, and raised his cultivation level from the celestial realm to the grotto heaven realm. This kind of improvement made him extremely confident that he could kill Ling Xiao. He stared fixedly at the entrance to the underground palace, waiting for Ling Xiao to appear. Hurry up and come out! I can't wait to harvest your head! He stroked the sacred sword in his hands, his heart filled with excitement. The rest of the Tianhai Empire martial artists surrounded the entrance to the palace, waiting for Ling Xiao to appear so they could capture him and hand him over to the crown princess. She wanted him by name. That person. It was best to capture him alive so they could torture. Rumble! At the entrance of the underground palace, a terrifying aura suddenly rushed out. Then, a person walked out. He looked so normal. So ordinary. However, just by standing there, he exuded a powerful and imposing aura. This caused many people's heartbeats to accelerate. They did not understand what caused this discordant feeling. But the person before them gave it all they were. Was he? Sorry to keep you all waiting. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and looked at the martial artists surrounding the underground palace. It was as if he saw a bunch of black wind inscriptions waving at him. Although he had obtained the inheritance of the Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen's memories, he still wanted to completely unlock the Red Sun Sword technique. In this way, he would need at least 9 more black wind inscriptions. Lord Wind Demon, Ling Xiao is out! Someone shouted. His voice was loud but trembling, as if he was trying to hide the fear in his heart. Everyone stared at the figure with a complicated look in their eyes. Vigilance. Fear. But more than that, they were jealous and confused. Zhu Xiaotsong didn't come out. He leaned against the cave wall at the entrance of the underground palace. His face was still full of shock. He had seen an unforgettable scene in the underground palace. He still hadn't fully digested it. He didn't intend to help at all. Because there was no need. The dozen or so people here would probably die at Ling Xiao's hands today. What are you afraid of? He's only at the celestial realm now. Wind Demon's sacred sword stood out, looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and said loudly. In Black Wind Canyon, everyone's cultivation was completely transparent and couldn't be hidden at all. Because they all cultivated the same power of black wind and had black wind inscriptions in their bodies, there was a special connection between them. The four of you, go and kill that Zhu Shaotsong first, so that guy won't delay things. Wind Demon's sacred sword pointed at the four martial artists standing at the front. The four of them had reached the 5th level of the celestial realm because they killed the beasts. They were much stronger than Ling Xiao. The reason why the four of them were asked to kill Zhu Shaotsong was that Zhu Shaotsong's cultivation was now at the 5th level of the celestial realm. He had only killed a black bear monster, but his cultivation had increased so much. Just as the four of them were eager to try, Ling Xiao took a step forward and completely blocked Zhu Shaotsong behind him. He even looked at the four of them with a greedy gaze. The black wind inscriptions of the four of you are mine! Although the four of them only had one black wind inscription each, it was still extremely precious to Ling Xiao. He needed more black wind inscriptions if he wanted to activate all the moves of the Red Sun sword technique. You're courting death! When the four of them saw this, they all showed a hideous smile. A martial artist with a cultivation of the 2nd level of the celestial realm wanted to face the four of them at the same time? Ling Xiao, do you think we're outside? This is Black Wind Canyon. You're no match for the four of us. If they were outside, the four of them definitely wouldn't dare to touch Ling Xiao. Because they knew that they were no match for Ling Xiao. But inside Black Wind Canyon, they were not afraid of Ling Xiao at all. Kill! The four of them gave up attacking Zhu Shaotsong and attacked Ling Xiao from different directions, respectively attacking the 4 vital parts of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there, motionless. There was no movement of the power of the black wind. There was only a barely visible greenish-yellow light circulating around his body. It was a pity that this light was covered by his clothes and outsiders couldn't see it. Idiot, you're actually not moving. Then your black wind inscriptions are mine. The first to arrive in front of Ling Xiao was the martial artist with the best movement technique. He fantasized that he could kill Ling Xiao and obtain all the black wind inscriptions that Ling Xiao possessed. Maybe he could even suppress the sacred sword of Wind Fiend. Boom! This person stabbed Ling Xiao with his sword. Crack! A crisp breaking sound rang out. The mortal-grade sword in his hand actually broke into several pieces on the spot. That person looked at this scene in horror and couldn't recover for a long time. Chapter 1871. What kind of defense is this? Even a spiritual weapon can't penetrate it? After all, his cultivation was 3 whole realms higher than Ling Xiao's. Not only that, but the sword in his hand was a spiritual weapon. Although it was only an ordinary weapon, it was easily broken. He didn't even feel the slightest power of the black wind coming from his opponent's body. What the hell was this? Was he still human? In horror, he turned around and tried to escape. However, it was a pity that Ling Xiao wouldn't give him the chance. A hand stretched out and directly grabbed his foot, and then slammed him to the ground. The poor warrior's head was smashed on the spot. The black wind inscription rushed into Ling Xiao's body. At this moment, another person's fist imprinted on Ling Xiao's temple. The terrifying power of the black wind was completely released, as if it was going to blow Ling Xiao's head into pieces. The terrifying black gas almost wrapped Ling Xiao's head. However, the result of such a horrifying scene really made people speechless. The terrifying black gas blasted on Ling Xiao's head, but it was directly bounced off. Ling Xiao stood there, and even his head didn't move, nor was it deformed in the slightest. No! Impossible! What on earth is this guy made of? The attacker exclaimed in horror. The previous attack could be attributed to a part of Ling Xiao's body that was relatively strong in defense, or he was wearing some magic weapon. However, there was clearly nothing on his temple. Yet his fist was still unable to smash it apart. This was a punch that surpassed the opponent's cultivation by 3 realms. Not to mention killing the opponent, even a trace was left. How could he not be frightened by such a shocking scene? He turned around and wanted to escape, but his fist seemed to be stuck to Ling Xiao's temple, and he couldn't break free. 2 black wind inscriptions in my hand! At this time, Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and grabbed the opponent's head. There was a faint greenish-yellow light on his hand. Crack! The sound of skulls shattering rang out. Ling Xiao didn't use any martial techniques, nor did he use any weapons. He just used his hand to crush the opponent's head. Ah! A shrill and scalp-numbing scream rang out. All the Tianhai Empire martial artists surrounding Ling Xiao took several steps back, as if afraid that they would become the next sacrifice. Powerful indeed! Zhu Xiaotsong saw this scene and shook his head with a wry smile. He had already seen Ling Xiao's power in the underground palace just now, but that was only his subjective feeling was. Now that he saw the truth, he was even more certain of his thoughts. The martial arts Ling Xiao cultivated in the palace was most likely extremely powerful. Otherwise, he couldn't of course of the Ling. Ling Xiao, who stood there, was truly like the heavenly deity statue in the underground palace, making people have no choice but to look up and revere him. And those 2 martial artists who were pouncing towards Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in midair. Because of this, his attacking movements became stiff. They rejoiced, but were also terrified. They rejoiced that they didn't attack Ling Xiao first, so they didn't have to die so early and so miserably. But they were terrified because death was still very close to them. Ling Xiao was too powerful. This kind of power was completely illogical, but it was so real. What in the world did this guy obtain in the underground palace? How did he become so strong? They didn't know that after Ling Xiao came out of the underground palace, he didn't have any thoughts of suppressing his mystic world body. The purgatory blood battle was about to end, so he needed to rely on his mystic world body to obtain more black wind inscriptions and obtain more benefits. Moreover, the combat style he comprehended in the underground palace was also the combat style of his mystic world body. There was nothing wrong with familiarizing himself with it and strengthening it now. Therefore, although Ling Xiao's cultivation seemed to be only at the 2nd level of the heaven realm, his imperial heaven-earth power was already comparable to a 13th level yin-yang realm expert. How could a mere Deva realm martial artist possibly get on top of him? You want to kill me? Why don't you make a move? Ling Xiao walked forward and quickly approached the 2 hesitant martial artists. Their hearts trembled violently. They screamed and turned to flee in a sorry state at the same time. Faced with such a terrifying Ling Xiao, they didn't have any will to fight. They were already very lucky to not die, and they still wanted to obtain the Black Wind inscriptions on Ling Xiao? What a joke! Do you think you can escape? Ling Xiao smiled coldly and waved his right hand lightly. A huge hand that blotted out the sky actually descended from the firmament. The hand was surrounded by a green light and was filled with the power of the heavens. Even Qi Yang had to retreat. When the sky-covering hand fell, the terrifying pressure actually crushed the nearby boulders into powder. The 2 martial artists' legs seemed to be filled with lead. They couldn't escape at all. No! The 2 of them howled in horror, and then made a final struggle. At the same time, they threw out a punch at the giant hand, trying to tear it into pieces. Rumble! There was no suspense. The terrifying green hand was not hindered at all, and it slammed down with a palm. 2 streaks of black wind inscriptions flew out from under the huge hand and entered Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's black wind cultivation improved a lot again, reaching the 6th level of the heaven realm. Those 2 pitiful guys were actually directly smashed into meat paste by this terrifying huge hand. Even their bones could not be found. What kind of power is this? How can it be so terrifying, as if the heavens fell? Wind Fiend's sacred sword watched this scene nervously. The powerful aura released from the huge hand made him feel tremendous pressure too. The current Ling Xiao did not look like a human at all, but like the legendary heaven god. Wearing the heaven battle armor, mighty and extraordinary. Want to know? I can tell you. Because the one to die next will be you. Ling Xiao's voice sounded coldly in Wind Fiend's sacred sword's ears. Heaven Emperor power, Heaven Fist! The moment the voice sounded, Wind Fiend's sacred sword's heart suddenly tightened. Then, he saw that terrifying heaven fist blasting towards him again. It was just that it was a palm before. This time, it was a fist. That huge fist was like a falling meteor. Block him together, or we'll all die! Wind Fiend's sacred sword had long lost his previous confidence. Facing Ling Xiao, who displayed terrifying strength the moment he came out, he roared loudly. For a moment, more than a dozen streaks of black wind inscriptions scurried towards the sky, colliding with that heaven fist. But at this time, Wind Fiend's sacred sword turned into a streak of sword light, fleeing into the distance. He actually abandoned his comrades, letting these people become his cannon fodder. Rumble! The fist fell, like a mountain crushing down. More than a dozen Tianhai Empire martial artists were actually not lucky enough to escape. They were all smashed into meat paste by this fist. A total of 12 streaks of black wind inscriptions flew into Ling Xiao's body. Chapter 1872. Ling Xiao's black wind cultivation broke through rapidly due to the 12 black wind inscriptions, rising from the 6th level of the sky realm to the 3rd level of the grotto heaven realm. This punch had killed many people, and all of them were martial artists of the Sky Sea Empire. Ling Xiao's eyes showed no sympathy. These people had stayed here to kill him. If he was weaker, he would have been a corpse by now. Damned Ling Xiao! Above Black Wind Canyon, Prince Wu was furious. He clearly represents the Sky Sea Empire, but he only kills martial artists of the Sky Sea Empire. This is unreasonable. Seeing this scene, Prince Yun's heart trembled. He once had the thought of betraying Ling Xiao, but at this moment, this thought instantly vanished into thin air. What kind of joke was this? This person's tyranny was not inferior to tyranny of the heavenly seas. Sacred sword of the Wind Devil, do you think you can escape? Ling Xiao took a step forward, turned into a black wind, and pounced on the escaping sacred sword of the Wind Devil. Although his speed was not at its peak, it was still much faster than sacred sword of the Wind Devil. It was only 2 or 3 steps, but it covered a distance of several miles, instantly blocking sacred sword of the Wind Devil's path. Let me go, and I will never be your enemy again. Sacred sword of the Wind Devil looked at Ling Xiao and made a very shameful request. I can even be your slave and agree to all your conditions. You dare to betray tyranny of the heavenly seas? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Sacred Sword of the Wind Devil and said indifferently, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You were destined to die at my hands from the moment we were on the airship. His voice was filled with determination and ruthlessness, not planning to give Sacred Sword of the Wind Devil any chance. Sacred Sword of the Wind Devil was in despair. He should have known that Ling Xiao would not let him go. Tyranny of the heavenly seas protected him before, so he did not have to die. But now, tyranny of the heavenly seas and the crown princess were not by his side. What could he use to fight Ling Xiao? I don't want to die. Sacred Sword of the Wind Devil held the sacred sword in his hand and exploded with the most brilliant attack of his life. The entire world instantly turned white. The light of the sacred sword enveloped the entire space. In the air, there was a holy aura being generated continuously. Kill! A voice filled with anger rang out from within the holy aura. Then, the holy aura instantly turned into a shocking killing intent that pierced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there, motionless. He coldly looked at the shocking sword of the sacred sword of Wind Demon. If you don't provoke me, you might have a place in the White Tiger continent in the future. But now you will forever fall into the darkness of the underworld. Firmament's fist, kill! As the sword light approached, Ling Xiao's right hand slowly blasted out. The terrifying green light condensed into a huge fist and tore apart the terrifying sword light, destroying the final glory of the sacred Wind Devil sword. Who would have thought that I wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on your head even when I'm about to die? The sacred sword of Wind Fiend could feel his life force slipping away rapidly. His fate was coming to an end at this moment. Before he died, what he couldn't accept the most was that he didn't manage to injure Ling Xiao. How could he kill him? Boom! A terrifying explosion finally rang out as the body of the sacred sword of Wind Demon exploded in the void. In an instant, 5 inscriptions of the Black Wind entered Ling Zhao's body at the same time. Ling Zhao's cultivation once again broke through to the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. And the number of inscriptions of the Black Wind that he could use in his body had reached 21. Damn it! Above the Black Wind Canyon, the powerhouse of the Tianhai Sacred Academy let out a tragic roar. Previously, because of the demonic liquor sword's attack, he suppressed his anger towards Ling Xiao. But at this moment, he finally couldn't control his emotions anymore. The Tianhai Sacred Academy was completely annihilated. The 4 beasts were dead, and so was the sacred sword of Wind Demon. Such a tragic blow was simply a disaster for them. The most powerful sect of the Tianhai Empire couldn't even get a single person into the top 10 of the White Tiger meet. This meant that the Tianhai Sacred Academy was doomed to decline. The next time would be 10 years later. Ling Xiao, the Tianhai Sacred Academy will kill you. Even if we fall into the abyss of hell, we will swallow you alive. This voice was so mournful that it made one's scalp tingle. It was simply a cry of blood. Old Master, do you think he will succeed? The demonic liquor sword asked with a smile. No, not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Hong Qi shook his head. When Ling Xiao was weak, the Tianhai Sacred Academy couldn't kill him. Now that Ling Xiao's strength was increasing step by step with the help of the White Tiger meat, would the Tianhai Sacred Academy really have a way to kill him? What a coincidence, I think so too. The demonic liquor sword's trust in Ling Xiao had reached its peak at this time. Others didn't know who caused the greenish-yellow light, but he firmly believed that it was Ling Xiao's good deed. Because he had once felt the same aura from Ling Xiao. What do you think he got in the Black Wind Canyon? Hong Qi suddenly asked. I don't know, maybe it's just the inheritance of some ancient almighty, but this thing is definitely beyond the Black Tortoise Sacred Palace's expectations. The demonic liquor sword answered. His guess was simply too accurate. What Ling Xiao obtained in the underground palace was the inheritance memories of the 2 great gods, Imperial Heaven and Empress Tuesday. It wasn't any cultivation technique, but the battle memories of Imperial Heaven and Empress Tuesday. Only martial artists with extremely high perception would be able to comprehend their own cultivation methods and martial arts from these memories. Moreover, 1,000 cultivators could comprehend 1,000 different martial arts. For example, the profound world body was one of them. Without the profound world body as a foundation, Ling Xiao's comprehension would be limited no matter how high his comprehension was. But with this foundation, it was equivalent to standing on the shoulders of giants. He had a deeper understanding of this inheritance, and then matched it with his own path of martial arts. He comprehended a profound world body that solely belonged to him. Although the name was the same as the previous profound world body, the cultivation method was more complete and more suitable for him. Together with the Sky Tyrant martial soul, it gave the profound world body a new direction of development. Perhaps one day in the future, the profound world body could truly advance to the Sky Tyrant body. That would be the true meaning of power. Of course, even now, he could easily block the attack of a 14th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist with just the profound world body. He could completely remain unharmed. If he unleashed the power of all the Imperial Heaven and Empress Tu's cells, even a 15th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist would not be able to hurt him easily. Moreover, he could easily hurt his opponent with a punch. Of course, that was not all. Ling Zhao's brand new profound world body comprehended the great inheritance of Imperial Heaven and Empress Tuesday. He comprehended the 13 transformations. They happened to be the incarnations of the 13 continents in the profound world. However, due to the restrictions of the territory, he could only use the Heavenly Dragon incarnation and the Divine Phoenix incarnation. These were all powers that belonged to Imperial Heaven and Empress Tuesday. The ultimate transformation of these incarnations was when Ling Xiao fought with the Black Shadow in the Sky Tyrant universe. Chapter 1873. The ultimate transformation of the mystic world body was to wield a gigantic sword in his left hand and the staff of the earth in his right hand. He would be covered in light and shadow armor, and would have the support of the royal Heaven-Earth Queen. He had not reached that level yet. He could only use the power of the royal Heaven-Earth Queen to execute the firmament fist and shield of the earth. Once Ling Xiao entered the clone, his mystic world body would be strengthened even further. He would not even need to use his inner strength to kill a 16th level yin-yang realm martial artist. He would only need to use the power of the royal Heaven-Earth Queen to kill them. It could be said that although Ling Xiao's cultivation did not seem to have increased, his combat strength had made a shocking leap. Those who underestimated him would definitely suffer a great loss. However, this was not enough to satisfy Ling Xiao. This was because he still had 21 Black Wind inscriptions that he could use. He wanted to unseal the last 2 moves of the Red Sun Sword technique, and then look around to see if there were any other good things in this Black Wind Canyon that he could use to cultivate. After all, skills were not a burden. Even if he did not need to use them immediately, they would still be effective in the future. He had so many enemies. If he encountered an opponent who could restrain him, he would not be helpless. Shao Tsung, go find your own opportunities first. The purgatory blood battle is not over yet. Don't waste time. I will find a safe place to unlock the sword technique. The place Ling Xiao was thinking of was the Sword Immortal Tomb. The Scarlet Sun Sword technique was comprehended from the Sword Immortal Tomb. Then, there must be something in the Sword Immortal Tomb that was not inferior to the Royal Heaven-Earth Queen's inheritance memories. Perhaps, he might even obtain some incredible treasures. Okay. Zhu Shaotsong nodded. Now that his injuries had healed and his cultivation had increased greatly, his survivability was much stronger than before. As long as he was careful and did not encounter any strong opponents, it should not be a problem for him to survive. After seeing Zhu Shaotsong leave, Ling Xiao also headed towards the Sword Immortal Tomb. The martial artists outside had more or less killed some ferocious beasts because of the greenish-yellow light. This caused the cultivation of most of the martial artists to be closer to the state they were in when they entered Black Wind Canyon. The equilibrium caused by the black wind was beginning to be broken. They seemed to be in danger. Before arriving at the Sword Immortal Tomb, Ling Xiao saw Ji Luoyu, Feng Minglian, Mo, and Dan Feng in trouble with his Taiji Eye. There's no rush to go to the Sword Immortal Mound. Let's deal with these people first. He would risk his life for his friend. Only friends would die for you. This was something that Ling Xiao had always believed in. Ever since he stepped into the world of martial artists, he had always done so. Moreover, he had also received the help of countless friends. Ling Yiheng and Ling Wuhan of Tianfeng City's Ling family, as well as Ling Yixue whom he still could not forget. Cold Plum, Dai Yuling and that General Lin Zhe whom they met in Sky Cloud City. The Moon Lady, Lan Yuer, Wu Xiang Yuan Venerate, and the others that he had met at Yuehua School. He had befriended Haim Myungkeo and Princess Yunya in the Holy City. The Wine Demon Sword Dan Feng, Mou, Zhu Shaotsong, Ji Luoyu, Feng Minglian, Shenghuan Lei, and so on. It was said that Ling Xiao had many enemies. In fact, he had many friends as well. And every friend was exchanged with his blood and sincerity. The current him naturally would not forget his roots. Moreover, he felt that although 21 Black Wind inscriptions was not a small number, it was not a lot either. Excluding the 9 Black Wind inscriptions used to unlock the Red Sun Sword art, there were only 12 left. If it was not enough, he would have to come out and look for more. How troublesome would that be? Therefore, it was better to have more of such things than less of them. Ha ha ha! Heavenly Dynasty Empire's trash, you don't deserve to survive this battle! A person holding a long sword looked coldly at Mou. His expression was cold and ruthless. Don't expect that Ling Xiao to come and save you. He has already been targeted by Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and 100-Eyed Demon Lord. There's no possibility of him surviving. Is that so? If you really think so, then I'll have to disappoint you. A voice suddenly came from afar. Then, a black wind swept over and Ling Xiao's figure appeared in front of Mou. You've worked hard, Brother Mo, Ling Xiao said with a smile. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Mo clenched his teeth and felt a little guilty. Then you'll have to help me solve more problems in the future. This White Tiger continent will belong to me, Ling Xiao, sooner or later. I can't do without people like you guarding it for me. Ling Xiao smiled. My MOU's life is yours. MOU nodded solemnly. For him, before this, he only treated Ling Xiao as a friend. But after this, he looked at Ling Xiao with another identity. That was His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. You talk too much nonsense. You think you can save him? The person holding the long sword suddenly shouted. The long sword in his hand trembled and a cold light flashed. The sword light instantly attacked Ling Xiao. There was absolutely no sign of this sword. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao while Ling Xiao was talking to MOU. Mysterious world body, sky dragon incarnation. Ling Xiao comprehended a new move. Naturally, he wanted to try it. This time, he didn't use the firmament fist. Instead, he transformed into the sky dragon and stood proudly in front of MOU. The terrifying lightning instantly dominated his surroundings. That pitiful swordsman didn't even touch Ling Xiao's clothes and was instantly blasted into pieces by the violent lightning. 22 black wind inscriptions. Brother Mo, recuperate well. I'll take my leave first. After dealing with that martial artist, Ling Xiao left a sentence and broke through the air. Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu stayed together. Their situation was worse than MOU's. Although MOU encountered trouble, it was still a one-on-one battle. He might not really be in trouble. But Ji Luoyu and Feng Minglian were surrounded by many people. They couldn't even escape and could only fight to the death. After exhausting their strength, they would definitely die. However, the two didn't give up because of this. They were still fighting to the death. Even if they died, it was better than giving up. In the sky, a ball of lightning suddenly struck and a sky dragon descended from the sky. Many people saw this sky dragon bathed in lightning. This guy actually has so many black wind inscriptions. Killing him is more worth it than killing those two women. Someone saw several dozen rainbow-colored lights flickering on Ling Xiao's body. That was the total number of black wind inscriptions Ling Xiao had. Anyone who saw such a number would be extremely excited. If they could obtain it, they would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Kill him! Don't worry about those two women! Someone angrily roared. Ling Xiao looked down at the ground, coldly looking at those tiny black dots on the ground. He didn't have the ability to kill all these people, but killing the chicken to warn the monkey and intimidate this group was definitely doable. The martial artist of the heavenly demon cult is you! Ling Xiao's gaze suddenly locked onto a martial artist of the heavenly demon cult. This person was participating in the White Tiger meet as a martial artist of the Tianhai Empire. No matter which identity it was, it made Ling Xiao very unhappy. Moreover, this person was the most cunning and cruel in the process of attacking Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu. He left the most scars on the two women. If he didn't kill him, who would he kill? Chapter 1874. This fellow is too arrogant. He actually dares to casually control the heavenly dragon's body and look down on us. That's right. What an arrogant fellow. Everyone kill him! The heavenly demon cult martial practitioner did not notice that Ling Xiao's gaze was fixed on him. He was still inciting the other martial practitioners to attack Ling Xiao together. This was because he had never forgotten the heavenly demon cult's orders. If he saw Ling Xiao, he had to kill him. A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. This person had 2 black wind inscriptions, but his cultivation wasn't weak. It seemed like he was good at scheming. He probably killed many black wind beasts to raise his cultivation to the first level of the yin-yang realm. This was not easy. Kill! Ling Xiao shouted coldly in his heart. The heavenly dragon in the sky let out a loud roar and charged at the heavenly demon cult martial practitioner. It was getting closer to the end of the blood battle of purgatory. Although Ling Xiao still had plenty of time, he could not afford to waste it. Since he had decided on what he wanted to do, he would do it without hesitation. The heavenly demon cult martial practitioner saw the heavenly dragon fly down from the sky. He narrowed his eyes and tried to trick everyone into attacking together. Immediately, dozens of gusts of wind attacked Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. The dragon's roar resounded, and thunder descended. All the attacks instantly dissipated. The heavenly demon cult martial practitioner had already taken the opportunity to leap into the sky. He stabbed a sharp dagger at the heavenly dragon's vitals. Die, idiot! It turned out that he had expected Ling Xiao's strength, so he used the other's strength to distract Ling Xiao. Then, he used his specialty to launch a surprise attack. He wanted to take all of Ling Xiao's black wind inscriptions for himself. Everything that's yours is mine, including your woman. The heavenly demon cult martial practitioner revealed a sinister smile. He felt extremely carefree. What a laughable sneak attack! However, the moment he stabbed at Ling Xiao, he heard a clear and cold voice. His dagger was blocked by the huge dragon claw. The terrifying dragon claws covered his entire body, and then he was smashed to the ground. He was intimidated by this terrifying aura and wanted to escape, but he couldn't move. It was as if he was sucked in by the dragon claw. This aura simply made him unable to breathe. His entire body felt like it was about to be compressed into a large pancake. What a terrifying guy! How could he be so powerful? The heavenly demon cult martial artist circulated the power of the black wind in his body in an attempt to break free from the dragon claw. However, all of this was futile. His seemingly powerful black wind energy was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the gigantic dragon claw. Die! Ling Xiao's voice rang beside his ear, and the heavenly demon cult martial artist felt his organs and even his bones begin to disintegrate. The fear of death completely enveloped him. Pa! The heavenly demon cult martial artist's body finally crumbled. Blood splattered all over the ground before being incinerated by the terrifying lightning. 24 black wind inscriptions! Ling Xiao stood proudly in the void, with the heavenly dragon circling around him. Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu saw that the heavenly dragon was actually him, and they both breathed a deep sigh of relief. And those martial artists who were still clamoring to attack Ling Xiao earlier also fled in all directions one after another. Ling Xiao did not give chase because he did not have so much time to waste now. You guys find a safe place to hide and recuperate first. I'll go help others. Ling Xiao greeted Ji Luoyu and Feng Minglian, then stepped into the air and left. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu also quickly left, hiding in a safer place. In any case, it was already very close to the end of the purgatory blood battle. Even those 13 top geniuses did not have much time to come out and hunt other martial artists. They were probably comprehending their own opportunities. The probability of a crisis like just now happening again was not too high. The next person Ling Xiao was going to rescue was Dan Feng. This would also be the most dangerous battle before he left the purgatory blood battle. Because the one launching a fierce attack on Dan Feng was none other than the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong previously. The 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong was injured by Ling Xiao. However, because of the changes in the world and the changes in Black Wind Canyon, his cultivation had been greatly improved. Now, he had almost recovered to 90% of his original level. He was confident that such strength was enough to kill Ling Xiao. It was just that Ling Xiao this guy hid too well, and he could not find him after searching for a long time. But he just had to run into Dan Feng. Originally, with his strength, it would not take long to kill Dan Feng, but he deliberately tortured Dan Feng to lure out Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao really came. Ha ha ha, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you just have to barge in. Ling Xiao, you idiot, let's see how you're going to escape now. Seeing Ling Xiao rescue Dan Feng, the 100-eyed demon lord did not even blink. He only looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He really did not care about Dan Feng's life at all. He only cared about Ling Xiao, the guy who dared to injure him. His face was full of ridicule, and his eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Escape? Did I say I was going to escape? Ling Xiao looked at the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong indifferently and said sarcastically, You couldn't beat me before, so you were saved by Zhe Linglong. Who are you going to ask for help this time? Ha ha ha, you got lucky this time. Do you really think you can ride on my head and shit? Although the 100-eyed demon Lord laughed, it was a laugh of anger, a laugh of displeasure, and a laugh of killing intent. Shit? I don't have that kind of interest. It's too uncivilized. I just want to kill you now, so that you won't be haunting me. Ling Xiao looked at Wulong coldly. Since they were already like fire and water, it was better to use the opportunity in Black Wind Canyon to eliminate this person first. Otherwise, he would definitely be a great enemy when he went out. You want to kill me? Wulong's killing intent became even more intense. So what if I kill you? Can't you kill me? Ling Xiao looked at Wulong with disdain and said indifferently, You're a so-called top genius. You just started cultivating earlier than me and have more resources than me. Do you really think your talent and comprehension are higher than mine? In Black Wind Canyon, you'll never be my opponent. If you improve by 1 step, I'll be able to improve by 2 steps. Your defeat has been decided from the start. You have a sharp tongue. The rumors are true. Those who are hiding in the dark, listen up. For today's battle, watch carefully. Whoever runs away will be the number 1 coward in the world. The 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong roared loudly. Indeed, there were many martial artists hiding in the dark. They didn't dare to show themselves because they knew that both Ling Xiao and the 100-eyed demon Lord were not to be trifled with. However, they didn't want to miss this exciting battle, so they hid in the dark and observed. They might even be able to take advantage of the battle between the 2 tigers. That would be even better. Greed was an emotion that no one could resist. Who wouldn't want more benefits? Chapter 1875. You sure have the guts to say that. What if you run away later? That would be really embarrassing. After hearing the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong's oath, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Whoever ran away was the number 1 coward in the world? Although this sounded like an angry child's oath, there were so many witnesses and countless spectators watching him through the 1,000-eyed bug. If he really said that, Wulong would be cutting off his escape route. That's impossible! Wulong waved his hand. His confidence came from his powerful strength. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be his match. Even if his cultivation in Black Wind Canyon was only 90% of the outside world, even if he still had some trump cards that he couldn't use. But he still believed that Ling Xiao couldn't possibly be his match. If he didn't kill this person, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. There's nothing impossible in this world. Ling Xiao looked back at Dan Feng and said, You just stay behind me and heal. With me here, no one can hurt you. Understood. Dan Feng didn't say anything. At this moment, he was tortured badly enough by the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, and was almost at his last breath. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had given him a healing elixir long ago, so he didn't die. However, before he healed, he still had something to remind Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, be careful of that guy's eyes. They're very evil. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. He believed that since Wulong was called the 100-eyed demon lord, it naturally wasn't a casual title. It must have something to do with this person's ability. Could it be that this guy had 100 eyes? He chuckled and didn't continue thinking about it. He would know in the battle. However, before the battle, he realized that those martial artists who were secretly watching seemed to be plotting something against Dan Feng. Dan Feng was seriously injured and had 10 black wind inscriptions. This kind of temptation wasn't low. Whoever dares to make a move against him, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Zhao's voice wasn't loud, but his chilling killing intent had already spread out. Many cultivators shuddered when they heard his voice and quickly gave up on their original plans. However, this was not the case for everyone. Some people didn't even put Ling Xiao in their eyes. They even felt that if the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong wasn't here, they would definitely kill Ling Xiao and Dan Feng. How could they allow Ling Xiao to be so arrogant? Very well, it seems like some people are really looking for death. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Greed was indeed an emotion that could easily drag people into hell. Not only did these martial practitioners look down on Ling Xiao, but they were also greedy by nature. They wanted to obtain more benefits at the last moment before the purgatory blood battle closed. As long as they could kill Dan Feng, they could at least try their luck in the ruins. You're planning to kill them right in front of me? Are you really looking down on me? The 100-eyed demon lord could feel Ling Xiao's killing intent. However, this killing intent was locked onto the few martial artists who didn't put Ling Xiao in their eyes. This made the 100-eyed demon lord extremely displeased, because he felt that he was being looked down upon. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about him at all. In his body, a gush of green energy spiraled up and broke through the sky. In the sky, the green energy grew larger and eventually condensed into a giant palm. Royal Heaven Power, Firmament Fist, kill! Without any hesitation, the terrifying giant palm fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye. The entire process only took an instant. A green light flashed past, and the giant palm slapped down. Rumble! The terrifying power was released in an instant. The warriors who were clamoring the most fiercely, and wanted to kill Ling Xiao and Dan Feng were turned into corpses in a blink of an eye. This scene terrified the martial artists who were watching in the dark. They completely gave up the idea of sneaking an attack on Dan Feng. This guy was too powerful. They didn't know what kind of move the giant green palm was. It was so terrifying. On the other hand, the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong was extremely furious. Ling Xiao didn't take him seriously and actually attacked others in front of him. You have to pay the price for looking down on me. As Wulong spoke, his fist was already in front of Ling Xiao's face. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao not only because of his anger, but also because of the dozens of black wind inscriptions in Ling Xiao's body. Once he got those inscriptions, he could take advantage of this last chance to gain even more benefits. Then it might even be possible for him to surpass Feng Fei. Are you in such a hurry to die? Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out. The firmament fist came crashing down again, startling Wulong into retreating. Rumble! A terrifying power exploded between the two of them. Smoke and dust filled the air, and rocks flew everywhere. The scene was chaotic. This is the move you got from the underground palace, right? It's very strong, but it's meaningless if it can't hit its target. Wulong's cold voice rang out again. But now that he knew how strong Ling Xiao was, he didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. Suddenly, two giant insects appeared behind him. The two insects looked very similar, but there were some differences. One of them was a gigantic centipede with 100 terrifying eyes. The other was a 1,000-legged insect commonly known as a string of money. Its countless legs swayed in the wind. The 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong originally had the centipede martial spirit. This time, he'd received God Lord Xianzu's inheritance in Black Wind Canyon and gained the 1,000-legged insect martial spirit. The combination of the two was terrifying to the extreme. 100-eyed demon formation! Wulong gave a cold snort. The 100 eyes on the centipede martial spirit all shot out a resplendent light at the same time. Then the scene before Ling Xiao's eyes changed in an instant. The heaven and earth he saw was no longer the real heaven and earth. Instead, it had become countless eyes. Those eyes stared fixedly at him, locking him in this space. Chance! Take the chance to kill that Dan Feng! Seeing Ling Xiao trapped, the martial artists hiding in the shadows grew restless again. Greed always made people lose their minds. For the sake of benefits, they forgot the fear Ling Xiao had brought them. 4 of them charged at Dan Feng at the same time, wanting to take the chance to kill him. Brother Ling, let's be brothers again in our next life. Dan Feng looked at the trapped Ling Xiao with determination in his eyes. He touched his storage ring. There were 10 thunderbolt bullets in his storage ring. Each thunderbolt bullet could easily kill a low-level Yin-Yang realm martial practitioner. Even if 10 thunderbolt bullets couldn't kill the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, it should be enough to create a chance for Ling Xiao to escape. Ling Xiao knew how powerful Wulong was, but he still came to save him. Just because of this, Dan Feng would definitely not hesitate to use his life to help Ling Xiao. Madman! The four martial artists who were approaching Dan Feng were shocked when they saw the situation. They didn't want to die. However, Wulong didn't seem to care about Dan Feng's actions. A weakling like you doesn't even have the right to die with me. He looked at Dan Feng coldly with disdain. Chapter 1876. Brother Dan Feng, don't die in vain! Ling Zhao's voice suddenly rang in Dan Feng's ears. Although he didn't know what Ling Xiao meant, based on his trust in Ling Xiao, he took out 4 thunderbolt bombs and threw them at the 4 martial practitioners who were trying to kill him. The rest were all thrown at the 100-eyed demon lord, Wulong. After 4 loud explosions, the 4 martial artists who had tried to sneak attack him were blown to smithereens on the spot. The black wind inscription drilled into his body and actually healed his injuries. This was probably the uniqueness of the Black Wind Canyon. As for the 6 thunderbolt bombs that were thrown at Wulong, they didn't make any noise and were directly crushed by Wulong. Mere thunderbolt bombs, boring things. You want to hurt me? Wulong looked at Dan Feng coldly and said, I wanted to let you live for a while and witness Ling Zhao's tragic death. But you're too annoying, so I'll let you die now. He suddenly snorted and 2 tentacle-like insect legs flew out from his back and attacked Dan Feng. Dan Feng was seriously injured and couldn't block this attack. Just as he was about to be killed, the ground suddenly trembled. Countless pieces of soil and stones flew up and formed an impenetrable shield around Dan Feng. Bang! Pa! The tentacle-like insect legs hit the shield and couldn't penetrate it. My shield of earth isn't that easy to break. Your opponent is me, not him. Ling Zhao's voice sounded. Then, the green palm tore a gap in the 100-eyed demon formation, revealing Ling Zhao's cold eyes. Good boy, you're not even afraid of my 100-eyed demon formation. Looks like you've got something good. The 100-eyed demon lord sneered. Ling Zhao's strength was indeed beyond his expectations. But to him, it wasn't a bad thing. Only by killing such a person could he show his value. Kill! Wulong roared and flew into the 100-eyed demon formation. Countless tentacles came out from his back and attacked Ling Xiao. Each of the tentacles carried an incomparably sharp aura, as if they were going to cut Ling Xiao's body into pieces. At the same time, all the eyes in the 100 Eyes demonic array shot out a bright light. Each light was as sharp as a sword, causing people to shudder. Profound World Body, Inferno Divine Phoenix! At this moment, Ling Xiao had transformed into a raging flames divine phoenix. His entire body had turned into scarlet flames. Regardless of whether it was the tentacles or the sword-like rays of light, they were all useless against his body. All the attacks penetrated his body, but it was like penetrating a flame. The flame instantly returned to its original state. The Sky Dragon of the Sky Dragon continent had transformed into the ruler of lightning. The Divine Phoenix continent's Divine Phoenix transformed into the ruler of blazing flames and profound ice. It could switch forms according to its needs. Ling Xiao was currently using the Inferno Divine Phoenix incarnation. He also had the mysterious Ice Divine Phoenix incarnation that he had not used yet. Interesting. The 100 Eyes Demon Lord Wulong said that it was interesting, but he was very unhappy. At this moment, in Black Wind Canyon, he could only use the power of the Black Wind. Although his cultivation had reached 90% of the outside world, he could not use many of the martial skills that he was good at. After all, the attribute of the power of the Black Wind was far from his inner strength. Otherwise, he could have killed Ling Xiao right now. However, he had already bragged earlier. If he could not kill Ling Xiao, he would really lose face. 100 Eyes Demonic Array Illusion! Since the sharp rays of light could not kill Ling Xiao, he had to use other moves. His title as the 100 Eyes Demon Lord, Wulong, was not for nothing. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt dizzy. Then, he saw that the entire world seemed to be shaking. It was so unreal, and so strange. It was as if he was standing on a constantly shaking sponge. His feet were unstable, and he could not exert any strength at all. The 100-Eyes Demon Lord is really powerful. He can perform such a terrifying move without using his full strength. If he were to use his full strength, I would definitely be no match for him. Ling Xiao rejoiced in his heart. This Black Wind Canyon had helped him greatly. Power of Earth, immovable mountain! Ling Xiao suddenly sat on the ground with his legs crossed. His voice was like a thunderclap. After that, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cliff, and the terrifying illusion could no longer move him in the slightest. It could not cause any damage to his soul. Power of Heaven, Firmament Fist! Defense was not a habit of Ling Xiao. After stabilizing his body, Ling Xiao performed the power of heaven and threw a punch at the 100-Eyes Demon Lord. Sir God Qianzu, Thousand Shadows Fist! The 100-Eyes Demon Lord snorted. The tentacles on his back turned into fists and threw them at the Firmament Fist. Countless fists continued to collide and actually managed to block the Firmament Fist in midair. Then, countless tentacles flew out again and wrapped around the fists tightly. The Firmament Fist could not move at all. You can't trap the Emperor Sky! Ling Xiao's cold voice was heard. Green radiance shone on the Firmament Fist, and it became more and more dazzling. Bam! Piak! Under the terrifying power of the Firmament Fist, the tentacles were torn apart one by one. What? Wulong's gaze froze. How can Ling Xiao be so powerful? What kind of power is he using? There is a suppression from the firmament that almost suffocates him. He even had the thought of running away. No, I am the 100-Eyes Demon Lord. How can I be defeated? Wulong roared to the sky. The centipede martial soul and the 1,000-feet martial soul entered his body at the same time. At that moment, his body started to change tremendously. His original humanoid body had become incomparably ugly. 2 heads poked out from each of his shoulders and continued to elongate. At a closer look, they were the heads of the centipede martial soul and the 1,000-feet martial soul. Not only that, but Wulong's body had also become a lot bigger. He was about 4 to 5 meters tall, and countless densely packed tentacles had actually grown out of his back. He looked extremely terrifying. Die! The infuriated 100-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong roared furiously. Countless tentacles shot towards Ling Xiao. The power of each tentacle was several times stronger than before. After all, the tentacles from before were just illusions. But now, it was something that truly existed. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. This guy did not care about his ugliness and turned into such a weird monster in his rage. But ugly as it was, this monster was indeed stronger than before. Do you think you are the only one with a martial soul? Ling Xiao's expression did not change. He raised his hands to the sky and shouted, Strength of the Emperor Sky, to my body. With my body, I shall suppress all evil. At that moment, a huge green radiance fell into his body. His body also grew several meters in size, taking on the appearance of the Imperial Sky Great God. Only his face was different from that of the sculpture. He held the giant sword in his hand and slashed at the 100-Eyes Demon Lord. Chapter 1877. Although Ling Xiao couldn't transform into his ultimate form and use both the Imperial Sky and Empress Earth's divine powers, he could still borrow their powers. Flee! The 100-Eyed Demon Monarch Wulong felt an incomparably terrifying killing intent as he looked at the enormous sword that seemed to be pouring down from the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have seen his own death. He no longer cared about his face and turned to flee. His words of, "Whoever flees is the world's greatest coward," had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Can you escape? Since he'd already used the giant sword, how could Ling Xiao allow 100-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong to escape? The terrifying sword glint tore through the sky and chased after Wulong. Before it even reached him, Wulong could already feel his countless tentacles breaking apart. Block it, ah! He roared as the 2 heads on his shoulders flew off. The giant centipede and 1,000-legged worms simultaneously gave him time to escape. But in the blink of an eye, the two heads shattered as the shadow of the giant's sword descended upon his head. "I!" Suddenly, a sigh was heard. Then, a hand as delicate as white jade appeared and gently blocked the huge sword that was slashing down. The person who'd sighed hovered in midair and looked mildly at the wretched Wu Long. "I told you long ago that it's enough to deal with the weak in Black Wind Canyon. There's no need to find troublesome fellows, but you didn't listen. Now look, you've been killed by someone weaker than you." Feng Fei. Ling Xiao stared fixedly at the owner of the white, jade-like hand. Feng Fei really was a frightening fellow. This was still within Black Wind Canyon, where the other party couldn't even use their full strength. Yet she could block his giant sword so easily. Just how terrifying was this woman's strength? "Junior sister, I know my wrongs." Wu Long lowered his head. Before Feng Fei, he looked like a child who'd made a mistake. "It's good that you know your wrongs. Come with me. Once we're out, use your true strength to make him pay the price." From start to finish, Feng Fei didn't spare Ling Xiao a glance. Even though Ling Xiao's performance wasn't bad, she only had two opponents. One was Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, and the other was White Tiger Empire's Lei Lai. As for the others, although they were all part of the top 13 geniuses, she really didn't care about them. It was like how Tyranny Heavenly Ocean didn't put Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, or Sacred Sword in their eyes. Ling Xiao naturally had to be killed. However, his life belonged to Wu Long. "Got it." Wu Long nodded and glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. "I, Wu Long, will definitely avenge today's humiliation." Only then did Feng Fei raise his head to glance at Ling Xiao. Still, his eyes were slightly shut, as if he disdained to look at the man. "Keep your life for now. I will not kill you because your life belongs to my senior brother, Wu Long." In the eyes of the surrounding martial artists and spectators, his arrogant attitude didn't seem to be inappropriate at all. Feng Fei was one of the top geniuses of the entire White Tiger continent. She had the right to look down on Ling Xiao and look down on Ling Xiao. "If you don't kill me today, you'll definitely regret it." Ling Xiao looked at Feng Fei as he spoke. "Regret it?" Feng Fei laughed softly. "You really don't deserve to make me regret it." So speaking, Feng Fei left with the 100-eyed demon lord. Ling Xiao didn't chase after them. He knew that he wasn't Feng Fei's match. This woman had used some unknown method to maintain the same level of strength as him outside. Without the restrictions of Black Wind Canyon, Ling Xiao was definitely no match for Feng Fei. Although he was confident and brave, he wasn't stupid. If he couldn't win, he couldn't win. There was no need to throw his life away. After all, Feng Fei wasn't Wu Long. No matter what, today's battle had made him famous. Meanwhile, the 100-eyed demon Lord Wu Long would have to bear the title of World's #1 Coward for a very long time. "Dan Feng, let's go." Because Dan Feng was heavily injured, Ling Xiao didn't dare to leave him here. Thus, he planned to take Dan Feng with him to the Sword Immortal Tomb, just like when he saved Zhu Xiaotsong last time. "Brother Ling, you don't need to be discouraged. Your talent and comprehension are the most outstanding I've ever seen. Although you can't compare to Feng Fei now, you'll definitely surpass him in the future." Dan Feng seemed to sense that Ling Xiao was a little quiet, so he spoke up to comfort him. "Ha ha ha ha, Brother Dan Feng's words are very true." Ling Xiao laughed heartily. His thoughts were the same as Dan Feng's. As long as he cultivated his profound world body to a certain level, even if it wasn't the best, it'd be easy to kill Feng Fei. Just you wait, Feng Fei. You'll definitely pay for your contempt. Moreover, it won't take long. Ling Xiao had a principle of revenge. If he could take revenge today, he'd never delay it until tomorrow. When he had the ability to take revenge, he'd definitely beat Feng Fei until he was looking for his teeth on the ground and kneeling in front of him. "Halt! Are you the trash who dared to be disrespectful to senior brother Wu Long?" Just as Ling Xiao and Dan Feng were about to head to the Sword Immortal Tomb, they suddenly discovered a person standing in front of the tomb. It seemed that he'd been waiting there for a long time. This person was a disciple of the Jingyi school, the 100-eyed demon Lord Wu Long's best friend. He was also one of the 7 disciples of the Jingyi school and ranked 6th, 1 place higher than Jun Macho. He'd met Wu long before, so he knew that Ling Xiao had injured him. He'd decided to wait here to kill Ling Xiao. He believed that since Ling Xiao had come to the Sword Immortal Tomb, there was a high chance that he'd come back. Originally, he was about to be disappointed when the Purgatory blood battle was nearing its end. Who knew that Ling Xiao would actually appear? He was inexplicably excited. He jumped into the sky and directly attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes were indifferent. He was still looking at the door of the Sword Immortal Tomb. He didn't even look at that person before he casually punched out. Imperial Heaven Power, Tyrant Fist of the Heavens. A terrifying fist shadow whistled towards that martial artist. That person was instantly terrified to the extreme. His eyes were filled with that huge fist and a terrified expression. He was one of the 7 disciples of the Jingyi school. Was he going to die in the hands of such an unknown person? Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, that person's body was messed up in the wind. Then it shattered. In the end, only 10 black wind inscriptions were left. They drifted with the wind and entered Ling Xiao's body. At this point, Ling Xiao already had 34 black wind inscriptions that he could use. That would be a huge fortune. He believed that no matter what he encountered in the Sword Immortal Tomb, it would be enough. This scene was also seen by many martial artists who had just come out of the teleportation array. They stood there and suddenly didn't dare to move. It was as if their bodies had been immobilized. They had originally planned to go to the Sword Immortal Tomb, but when they found such a tyrannical guy coming over, no one expected that he would be killed in the end. Ling Xiao killed the 6th son of the Jingyi school as if he had killed an insignificant mosquito. He didn't even look at the martial artists who had rushed over from the teleportation array and directly entered the Sword Immortal Tomb. Chapter 1878. Ling Xiao stepped into the Sword Immortal Tomb. There was less than half an hour left before the end of the first Purgatory blood battle. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not dare to delay. He immediately used the 9 black wind inscriptions to unseal the 4th and 5th moves of the Red Sun sword technique. After unsealing them, Ling Xiao did not try to comprehend them. Anyway, even if he left the Black Wind Canyon, he would still have the chance to comprehend them. He still had 35 black wind inscriptions left. He needed to get more things. He could not let these black wind inscriptions go to waste. Rumble! Just as he was about to leave the Sword Immortal Tomb to look for other opportunities, the 5 doors of the Sword Immortal Tomb suddenly merged into one and became a huge bronze door. On it were written the words, "Place of the Killing God Burial," and under the big words there were small words. Ling Xiao took a look. It meant that the Killing God Byron was ordered to hunt down the human immortals who had defected. Although he was one of the 12 human immortals under the Human King, and was extremely powerful, there were 6 of them. All of them were top human immortals. Black Wind King, Qing Mang King, Boulder King, War Dragon King, Red Sword General, Sir God Qianzu. These 6 people, led by the Black Wind King, set up a trap and fought with the Killing God Byron for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, Byron killed 6 people and was seriously injured. Even so, he had completed the Human King's mission. However, when Byron was about to leave, he was ambushed by his subordinate, and his life was in danger. His subordinate had actually been subdued by the heavenly demon and became a spy. Unfortunately, Byron was brave but not smart enough. That was why he did not see through it, and died. However, before he died, he left his 3 Origin Divine Swords in the Sword Immortal Tomb. He hoped that someone could get them so that they would not be lost. The so-called Origin Divine Sword was a divine sword condensed from the warrior's most essential energy. Not only was it an energy sword, but it was also a sword that recorded the warrior's lifetime of memories. Mastering one of them would allow one to master one of Byron's ultimate moves. After reading all this, Ling Xiao was truly shocked. The legends of the later generations were fragmented, and the recorded history was not complete at all. There were many things that couldn't be found in books. If he hadn't unlocked the 5 movements of the Red Sun sword technique by luck, he wouldn't have been able to activate Byren's burial ground. It seemed like there were some things that really required luck. If he didn't come back, how could he have such luck? Brother Dan Feng, you stay here and recuperate. I'll be right back. Ling Xiao reached out and pushed open the huge bronze door, then stepped through it. Since the text said that the killing god White Blade had left 3 origin swords here, then it was definitely not a lie. Inside the giant bronze door, Ling Xiao saw a shocking scene. There was a blood-red skeleton sitting there. Although the flesh had long since rotted away, the skeleton was still intact. Moreover, it was not white or gray. Instead, it was blood-red with a blood-red glow. The horrible killing intent made people shudder. On the other side, there was another skeleton that had been stabbed by 3 swords. It also emitted a powerful aura. It was also the skeleton of a human immortal, but it looked much weaker than Byren's. The one who was killed should be the one who betrayed Byren. I didn't expect that he also left behind an inheritance. It seems that before he died, the demonic power of the heavenly demon in his body dissipated, and he finally repented. Ling Xiao observed the situation inside and made a judgment. Under Byren's skeleton, there was a small line of words. To obtain Byren's inheritance, you need the killing god White Blade martial spirit and 10 inscriptions. To obtain Byren's skeleton and 10 inscriptions. To obtain 3 origin swords and 12 inscriptions. A total of 32 inscriptions. Ling Xiao was delighted. He still had 35 inscriptions of Black Wind left. He could get all of Byren's things. Next to the skeleton of the traitor, there were also words. Although he was not a human immortal, he betrayed Byren. He committed a grave sin. Before he died, he suddenly repented and left his inheritance for the fated person to comprehend. 8 inscriptions of Black Wind are required. Seeing this, Ling Xiao walked out of the giant bronze gate again and called Dan Feng in. At this time, Dan Feng was beside him, and Dan Feng also had enough inscriptions of Black Wind to comprehend this person's inheritance. Both of them were quite lucky. Although Ling Xiao might waste 3 inscriptions of Black Wind, nothing could be so perfect. 26 minutes left. Hurry up and comprehend it. This kind of inheritance couldn't be taken away like memory metal. He could only comprehend it on the spot. How much he could get depended entirely on his luck. Ling Xiao first took Byren's skeleton and put it into the mountain river world. Although he didn't know what the skeleton was used for, since it required 10 inscriptions of Black Wind, it must be something extraordinary. After that, he took the 3 origin swords. The moment the origin swords entered the mountain river world, terrifying sword light shot up to the sky and tore apart the remaining Black Wind in the sky above Black Wind Canyon. Some warriors who were closest to the canyon were injured by the terrifying sword chi and broke out in a cold sweat. I didn't expect that someone would get a new inheritance in the end. Lawless looked in the direction of Black Wind Canyon. According to the investigation of the Black Tortoise Temple, there should be 6 great inheritances in Black Wind Canyon. They were Black Wind, Qing Mang, Zhu Yan, Zhan Long, Qi Jian, and Qian Zhu. However, it was very clear that 3 completely different legacies had appeared out of nowhere in the Purgatory blood battle this time. Moreover, every single one of them was extremely powerful. As for what they were, even Lawless didn't know. There was no record in the Black Tortoise Temple's information. It seemed that he had to wait until the end of the White Tiger meet to get in touch with these talented warriors. He wanted to know what kind of inheritance memories they had. After suppressing the origin swords, Ling Xiao began to comprehend Byren's inheritance. The killing god's White Blade martial soul appeared behind his back. Then 10 Black Wind inscriptions flew out and flashed in the air. Surprisingly, it was connected to Byren's skeleton in the mountain river world. At that moment, Ling Xiao saw Universe Tyrant once again. In the vast universe, apart from what he had seen before, there was nothing else. Another figure appeared. It was a man wearing a black iron helmet and black battle armor, with 3 long swords floating behind his back. White Blade of the Killing God. Ling Xiao stared fixedly at this figure. He could feel a terrifying murderous aura that was thousands of times stronger than his own. Byron was surrounded by countless black shadows, and the black shadows still came from the dark space that had attacked the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth. Ling Xiao didn't know why this space existed in his universe of tyrants, but he was sure that the things that came out of it were very powerful. Kill! Byron was brimming with killing intent. Wielding 2 origin swords, Byron charged into the enemy ranks. Her killing intent surged to the sky. This murderous aura seemed to have completely materialized. Many of the black shadows that came into contact with it were torn into pieces on the spot. Chapter 1879. The battle did not only leave Byron with scars, but it also increased his combat power. This guy was different from Imperial Heaven Hutu. The more enemies he killed, the stronger his murderous aura became. It was as though he was an immortal. His body was covered with various weapons and blood was gushing out. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he became even more terrifying. His black armor turned red, and the 3 origin swords were also dyed red. His battle continued. Rumble! In the outside world, Lawless was even more shocked. Although the 3 terrifying sword auras were terrifying, they were only sword auras after all. They did not have a consciousness. However, this time, the murderous aura that rushed out of Black Wind Canyon seemed to be alive, causing every martial artist's soul to tremble violently. Even Lawless could feel the trembling in the depths of his heart. Who is it? What kind of terrifying inheritance did they unlock? He stared at Black Wind Canyon in disbelief. However, Black Wind Canyon was currently covered in blood. All the 1,000-eyed winged insects had died an unnatural death. None of them were still alive, and none of them could continue to play the scene inside. Looks like I can only investigate after the white tiger meet ends. Fortunately, the purgatory blood battle will end in a few minutes. The 6 great inheritances have become 9. No, it should be 10. I wonder which 10 people have become the lucky ones this time. Lawless looked at the time. He suddenly extended his right hand and announced loudly. The first battle of the White Tiger Meet, the Purgatory Blood Battle, has ended. As his voice fell, a huge array diagram fell into Black Wind Canyon. Then, all the martial artists who entered Black Wind Canyon were forcefully teleported out, including the corpses. Of course, the corpses were not complete. Some of the martial artists were directly eaten by beasts, while others were killed without leaving a trace. The Black Tortoise Temple is indeed powerful. They actually mastered such a magical array. When the crowd saw the martial artists who were teleported out, they were all shocked and even horrified. Very few of them had heard of the Black Tortoise Temple, let alone experienced how terrifying it was. However, this magical teleportation array told them that the Black Tortoise Temple deserved its reputation. So many people died! Everyone's attention was focused on the martial artists who were still alive. About 70 or 80 people died. It was truly tragic. The 70 to 80 people who had died were also outstanding geniuses of the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school. Although it wasn't the best, it was still a pity. These people came to the extreme place of myriad thunders with boundless hope. They wanted to be like carps leaping over the dragon's gate, for a brighter future for themselves. They all felt that they could succeed and that they wouldn't die. However, death was fair. Regardless of whether you were confident or not, you still had to die. Son! Big brother! Sister! Suddenly, all kinds of mournful screams rang out one after another. After all, 70 to 80 people had died. These people had family and friends. Now that they were dead, their family and friends would naturally be grieving. They would be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Many people's faces were ashen. Some were incomparably furious, while others were filled with murderous intent. What they had lost was not only their family and friends, but also the hopes of many people. Perhaps if a genius were to fall, their entire family or sect would decline and become pitiful creatures that could be bullied by anyone. For example, the Tianhai Sacred Academy. There were many warriors who had participated in the White Tiger meet. In addition to the 4 ferocious beasts and the sacred sword of the Wind Demon, there were a few others. However, these people were all killed by Ling Xiao. The higher-ups of the Tianhai Sacred Academy stared at the crowd. They weren't looking for the bodies of their disciples, but for Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was still alive, the Tianhai Sacred Academy would definitely torture Ling Xiao to death with the most painful punishment in the world. There he was. They soon found Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao was talking and laughing with Dan Feng, who was beside him. He looked very happy. However, Ling Xiao's smile was so hateful and intolerable in their eyes. Old Master Hung, not only did your good grandson survive, but he also ensured that those people weren't killed. His performance this time wasn't bad, right? The sacred sword of the Wine Demon asked Hong Qi with a smile. Hong Qi stroked his beard and smiled very happily. He was naturally overjoyed that his grandson didn't die. Sigh, the dignified Tianhai Sacred Academy has fallen to such a state. If it were me, I would go and kill that Ling Xiao right now. A strange voice sounded in the ears of the higher-ups of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. They turned their heads to look. It was a guy wearing a pitch-black cloak and a mask on his face. The voice was like a woman's, but also like a man's. It was very harsh to listen to. Although they were very angry at these words, they had to admit that this person was right. Ling Xiao had almost cut off all hope of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. How could they not hate him? In fact, there was another person who was even angrier than the higher-ups of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. That was Wu Qinhuang. Wu Qinhuang was the leader of the Tianhai Empire's team this time. However, he had witnessed Ling Xiao kill more than a dozen martial artists of the Tianhai Empire with his own eyes. Now, in the Tianhai Empire, besides the martial artists of the Heavenly Empire led by Ling Xiao, there were only 6 people left: Tianhai Tyranny, Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, Lu Lian, Xiao Budian, and Ko Xiling. Most of the rest were killed by Ling Xiao, and some were killed by other martial artists. This directly led to the Tianhai Empire suffering the heaviest losses in this purgatory blood battle. As the person directly in charge, how could he not be angry? The number of participants in this purgatory blood battle reached 155, but now there were only 78 people left. The death toll was as high as 77 people, which was almost half of the total. The 4 great empires and the Jingyi school had suffered great losses. However, most of the losses of the Tianhai Empire were on Ling Xiao's head. This was something that Wu Qinhuang couldn't accept. Of course, none of the 13 top geniuses had died, and it was obvious that they had all benefited. Ling Xiao suddenly turned to look at the 100-eyed demon lord of the Jingyi school, Wu Long, and revealed a mocking smile. As one of the 13 top geniuses, Wu Long had nearly died twice in Black Wind Canyon at the hands of Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Zui Linglong and Feng Fei had come to his rescue and saved his life. He looked at Wu Long, and Wu Long stared back at him with an extremely cold gaze. In his heart, Wu Long hated Ling Xiao to the bone. This time, he had received Divine Lord Xianzi's legacy, one of the 6 great inheritances. This would allow his strength to break through even more quickly. Because of the limited conditions in Black Wind Canyon, he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Instead, he was humiliated by Ling Xiao. But now that he was out, he would never let Ling Xiao and the people by Ling Xiao's side off. Chapter 1880. Wu Long swore that he would let those insignificant fellows know the terrible consequences of offending him. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao and all his friends, he would never be able to quench the hatred in his heart. Ling Xiao! Get out here! Suddenly, a shout came from the crowd. Prince Wu and Prince Yun walked out. The shout came from none other than Prince Wu. He felt that as the leader of the Sky Sea Empire, he had to at least do something to stop Ling Xiao from being too arrogant. If possible, he hoped that Heavenly Sea Tyranny could act and kill Ling Xiao. Take him seriously. HM? 100-eyed demon Lord Wu Long heard Prince Wu shout and smiled. He hadn't expected Ling Xiao to have offended so many people. He hadn't even made a move yet, but there were already people who couldn't hold themselves back. Ling Xiao ignored Prince Wu. He didn't even glance at him. Instead, he continued to discuss something with Dan Feng. This made Prince Wu feel like he had lost face. Your Highness Crown Prince, you must know that Ling Xiao has brutally killed more than 10 of Sky Sea Empire's martial artists. If he isn't properly punished, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Prince Wu was embarrassed to see Ling Xiao ignore him. However, he wasn't as strong as Ling Xiao, and he didn't dare to rashly attack. He could only ask for Heavenly Sea Tyranny's help. Heavenly Sea Tyranny closed his eyes, as if comprehending something. The Crown Princess said coldly, "Just do as you wish. If he dares to act, we will naturally stand up for you. Many thanks to your Highness Crown Prince, Crown Princess." After receiving the Crown Princess's promise, Prince Wu's attitude became even more arrogant. He pointed at Ling Xiao and roared, "Ling Xiao, if you're a man, stand up. Don't be a coward! Ling Xiao, get the hell out here!" Sky Sea Holy Court's higher-ups also roared, "Execute Ling Xiao on the spot!" Water God Temple Sect Master Tianhai Mingwei shouted, "This child's crimes are unforgivable!" White Horse's King roared, "If this thief isn't eliminated, Sky Sea Empire can forget about getting any results at the White Tiger Gathering." The people of the Heavenly Demon Cult were also jeering. "Ha ha, Ling Xiao, weren't you arrogant? Why are you like a mouse with its tail between its legs, not daring to make a sound?" The 100-eyed demon monarch Wu Long laughed heartily. Seeing that Ling Xiao was being ridiculed by the crowd, he naturally wanted to join in. Hee, that's still better than you, the #1 coward in the world. What face do you have to mock me? Ling Xiao slowly stood up and looked disdainfully at the 100-eyed demon Lord Wu Long. "Brat, I dare you to say that again. Don't forget, this isn't Blackwind Gorge anymore. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" 100-eyed demon monarch Wu Long roared fiercely. "You've said the same thing twice before, and both times you ran away with your tail between your legs. Hee, I wonder what will happen this time?" Ling Xiao calmly looked at the 100-eyed demon monarch Wu Long, completely fearless. "Enough. Participants are not allowed to kill each other outside of the competition. Otherwise, they will be disqualified." Lawless harumphed coldly. These words were very interesting. In other words, those who weren't participants were allowed to kill each other. This was obviously a hint to someone. "Brat, I'll spare you now, but you'll die in the second battle." Wu Long harumphed coldly and sat back down. A coward will always be a coward. It's the same no matter when. Ling Xiao sneered and turned to look at the martial prince, ignoring the 100-eyed demon monarch Wu Long. Wu Long was so angry that his face turned pale. However, he really didn't dare to attack Ling Xiao under lawless eyes. "How do you want to punish me?" Ling Xiao asked the martial prince. The martial prince was stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to ask such a question. He thought that Ling Xiao would argue. After a while, he clenched his teeth and said, "Killing a participant from the same country should be executed." "Executed, right?" Tianhai Tyranny and the Crown Princess killed participants from the same country in order to increase their cultivation. "Do you dare to execute them?" Ling Xiao asked disdainfully. This question stumped Wu Qinhuang. "Brat, you're just a commoner. How can you be compared to the Honorable Crown Prince and the Crown Princess? Even if those people died, they did it willingly." One of the higher-ups of Tianhai Holy Institution said. "That's right, that's the reason." The martial prince agreed. Such a shameless reason. But it doesn't matter. "Martial prince, if you want to kill me, then come. I'll give you 3 moves. I won't attack." Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and said, "Are you serious?" The martial prince thought. Although he wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent, if he just stood there and let him attack, even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he could at least injure him. This way, he wouldn't lose face. If the Emperor asked him in the future, it would be easier to answer. "Of course I'm serious. Do you think I'm like your royal family, going back on my words?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "Ling Xiao, speak clearly. How can we, the royal family's martial artists, go back on our words?" The Crown Princess asked coldly. Do you need me to say it? You promised to protect the Wind Demon's sacred sword. But he was still killed by me. If this isn't going back on your words, then what is? Or perhaps, what the Crown Prince said before was just a lie. Ling Xiao glanced at the Crown Princess. Without waiting for her to refute, he looked at the Martial Prince and said, Do it. If you don't want to, then forget it. But after that, shut your stinky mouth. You asked for it. The Martial Prince sneered and slowly approached Ling Xiao. He was slow because he needed to accumulate internal energy to give Ling Xiao his strongest attack. He had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time. He wanted to kill him when he returned from the underground world. But because he couldn't kill the martial artist at that time, he held back. But now, he had a reason and opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Naturally, he wouldn't give up. Moreover, he clearly felt that Ling Xiao's strength had a breakthrough. If this guy continued to improve, the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess wouldn't be able to suppress him in the future. So, he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. When he was 3 to 4 meters away from Ling Xiao, the Martial Prince's body had completely transformed into the crocodile god form. The huge claws shone with a shocking cold light and killing intent. Die. You will definitely regret what you did today. The huge crocodile god brandished its terrifying claws. The yin and yang origin power boiled and roared. The powerful aura had not even touched Ling Xiao, but it had already exploded with a shocking power. Many martial artists in the vicinity dodged, afraid that they would be affected by this attack. Brother Ling! Dan Feng didn't leave and called out. Go away first. I will play with him. Ling Xiao waved his hand, indicating that Dan Feng didn't need to care about this. He had his own reasons for taking the Martial Prince's 3 attacks head-on. The first reason was that he wanted to test how strong his evolved mystic world body was in the outside world. The second reason was that he could openly kill this Wu Qi Wang. Chapter 1881. Just like how Wu Qin Wang wanted to kill Ling Xiao had wanted to kill Wu Qin Wang a long time ago too. Wu Qin Wang kept provoking him and causing trouble for him. He could not take it anymore. If he did not kill this troublesome fellow, he would feel like there were bugs buzzing in his ears all day. That being said, killing the Martial Prince was also a warning to the rest of the factions that were hostile toward him, to let them know that they would have to bear a great risk if they were to attack him, which could result in their deaths. Wu Long looked at this scene coldly and revealed an interested smile. He wanted to see how long this arrogant Ling Xiao could last under Wu Qin Wang's fist. Wu Qin Wang was a 12th level yin-yang martial artist after all. He must have a Dharma treasure on him. Ling Xiao was asking for trouble since he dared to boast that he would not attack. Everyone stared at Wu Qin Wang's huge crocodile claw. They wanted to know how big of an effect this attack would have. Boom! The terrifying claw slapped Ling Xiao's head. The huge impact created a huge crater where Ling Xiao was standing. However, Ling Xiao stood there and levitated. He even had a mocking smile on his face. What? Wu Qin Wang was shocked. He could not believe what he was seeing. He had attacked in his crocodile form. Even a 13th level yin-yang martial artist would not dare to take this attack head-on, let alone stand there and let him hit him. Ling Xiao was only at the 7th level yin-yang martial artist. How could he be so terrifying? Also, his claw did not feel like it was hitting a person. It felt more like it was hitting diamond meteoric iron. Not only was there no effect, but it also caused him great pain. He was not the only one who was stunned. Everyone else who saw this was stunned too. What was going on with Ling Xiao's defense? Are you tickling me? Ling Xiao looked at Wu Qin Wang with a mocking expression. Impossible! The martial prince simply could not believe the scene before his eyes. In his rage, he actually opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Ling Xiao's head. Crack! Such an attack was met with a mouth full of broken teeth. It's already been 2 moves. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Ling Xiao still looked at Wu Qin Wang with disdain, unmoving like a mountain. Prince Wu, calm down. Don't waste this opportunity. Use all the magic treasures you have. Just as Prince Wu's mind was in such a mess that he didn't know what to do, the Crown Princess' voice rang out. He had to admit that this woman was really amazing. At this moment, Wu Qinhuang really needed these words. After calming down, Prince Wu nodded and returned to his half-crocodile state. Only in this state and human form could he use magic treasures. A strange weapon flew out from his storage ring. It was like a sword, but also like a knife. However, it looked more like the teeth of some kind of monster. This is a magic treasure made from our ancestors' teeth. It's already a fine spirit weapon. With the crocodile god's power, even a 16th level yin-yang martial artist would definitely die in one hit. Prince Wu looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "Fear, Ling Xiao. You don't have the chance to regret. This is my strongest attack and also my greatest trump card." He really wanted to see fear on Ling Xiao's face. This was because watching Ling Xiao being killed in fear would definitely be more exciting than this. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Ling Xiao picked his ears and blew away the earwax on his fingers. He said impatiently, "So much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not?" At that moment, everyone saw Prince Wu's embarrassed expression. To cover up this embarrassment, Prince Wu finally attacked. He mobilized all the yin-yang energy in his body and injected it into the crocodile god's teeth. Then, he stabbed it towards Ling Xiao's throat. Even though the weapon in his hand was extremely powerful, he still planned to attack Ling Xiao's weakest point for safety's sake. Kill! The cold crocodile god's teeth pierced Ling Xiao's throat. Finally, blood dripped out. This scene made Ling Xiao's friends nervous. However, it made Ling Xiao's enemies excited. They wanted to see Ling Xiao being killed the most. Unfortunately, they were disappointed once again. Your attack is not bad. Unfortunately, you only managed to injure my skin. Ling Xiao reached out calmly and gently grabbed the crocodile god's teeth. 3 moves have passed. You've wasted your chance. Now it's my turn. What? You didn't say anything like that just now. Prince Wu panicked. He thought Ling Xiao gave him 3 moves because he was afraid and did not dare to go against so many people. But now, he understood. Ling Xiao gave him 3 moves to give him a reason to be killed. I didn't say it just now. But I did say it before. Whoever wants to kill me, I will kill them regardless of the reason. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Qinhuang with a hint of contempt. What a fool. He actually thought that he could hit him 3 times for no reason. Ling Xiao, do you know the consequences of killing Prince Wu? The Crown Princess coldly looked at Ling Xiao and questioned. I, Ling Xiao, will do what I want to do. How can I allow others to tell me what to do? Consequences? That's something you should think about, not me. He coldly glanced at the Crown Princess, and suddenly looked at Prince Wu. In that instant, a suffocating killing intent shot out from his body. This killing intent was like a poisonous insect that entered Prince Wu's body. It planted the seed of fear deep into Prince Wu's soul realm. What's going on? This guy's killing intent, why does it seem to have gotten stronger? Those who were familiar with Ling Xiao knew that Ling Xiao's killing intent was extremely terrifying. However, the murderous aura he felt today was even more terrifying than before. Could it be that he got the last inheritance? Lawless frowned and looked at Ling Xiao with a serious expression. If this guy got the inheritance, it would be hard to control him. Die! Ling Xiao looked at Prince Wu with disdain. He did not even make a move. His terrifying killing intent turned into a huge sword and pierced Prince Wu's body. No! I don't want to! I don't want to die! Prince Wu felt the killing intent enter his body, and his whole body spasmed. The shadow of death had completely shrouded him. If you don't want to die, it's not up to you. Boom! In that instant, the terrifying killing intent caused Prince Wu's body to explode. Blood rained down from the sky, but not a single drop fell on Ling Xiao. Withdrawing his killing intent, Ling Xiao sat back down as if nothing had happened. I've troubled everyone to watch a boring trick. Let's continue. Boring trick? Everyone felt that it was ridiculous. After all, they had witnessed the shocking scene earlier with their very own eyes. If that scene was not shocking enough, they could not think of anything else that would be. Chapter 1882. A 12th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist had used a weapon that could kill a 16th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, but he had only scratched this guy's skin a little. On the other hand, Ling Xiao did not even use any techniques. He merely relied on his killing intent to kill this 12th level Yin-Yang martial artist. If this was not shocking enough, what else could be more shocking? Ling Xiao must have obtained some benefits in Black Wind Canyon. Everyone thought of this at the same time. After all, they were not stupid. They could not think of anything else other than the inherited memories in Black Wind Canyon that allowed Ling Xiao to display greater strength than before. This little guy is getting more and more powerful. It seems like he will surpass me soon, Hongqi said with a smile. He could not hide the joy on his face. In that case, you can be at ease and reincarnate into the world, right? The Gyomo sword looked at Hongqi and asked. Yes, the rebirth realm is more special than any other realm. It's the beginning of rebirth. It's a leap from a mortal to an immortal. I really have to prepare to reincarnate into the world. Hongqi smiled. His cultivation had recovered very smoothly. He estimated that he would be able to reach the rebirth realm soon. At that time, he would not be able to take care of Ling Xiao for a while. This was also the reason why he did not want to see Ling Xiao before. Now that he saw his grandson's cultivation improve so quickly, he did not have to worry about Ling Xiao being bullied in the future. They were happy, but the Tianhai Saint Institution's higher-ups and the Crown Princess did not look so happy. Not only did Ling Xiao kill the Tianhai Saint Institution's people, but he also killed Wu Qinhuang in front of them. This person was truly audacious, and his strength had risen so quickly. Would they really be able to control him in the future? Lawless also narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao for a while. He felt very conflicted. After a long time, he raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop talking. He said loudly, "The remaining 78 people in the Purgatory Blood Battle are the participants in the second round of the treasure hunt. Those who didn't benefit from the first battle would still have a chance in the second battle. Therefore, those with bad luck need not feel discouraged. You will be given 1 day and 1 night to rest. Make sure to recover your energy and gather in front of the Myriad Lightning Desolate Ground, the Myriad Devil Graveyard. That was where the second battle would take place. Disperse." Lawless waved his hand and a spinning halo appeared in the air. He stepped into it and disappeared. Now that he was in a hurry to return to the Black Tortoise Temple to report the situation of the Purgatory Blood Battle, he had to mention Ling Xiao again. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean slowly opened his eyes. The terrifying aura on his body became even more intense. One could even feel the aura of the Black Wind Canyon mixed in. He obtained the Black Wind King's inherited memories? Ling Xiao was all too familiar with this aura. Because he had inherited the legacy memories of the god of slaughter White Blade, he was naturally familiar with the aura of the 6 traitorous human immortals. Your Highness Crown Prince, Ling Xiao killed Wu Qinhuang. The Crown Princess looked at Tyranny Tianhai and said excitedly. I got it. Tyranny Tianhai glanced at the Liquor Demon's sword in the distance. If the Liquor Demon's sword wasn't here, he would have attacked Ling Xiao at all costs. It wasn't because Ling Xiao didn't give him face and killed the sacred sword. It wasn't because Ling Xiao killed Wu Qinhuang. It was because he felt the pressure from Ling Xiao. If he didn't get rid of this person, there would be endless trouble in the future. Let's go. He didn't look back and flew into the sky. Killing Ling Xiao could be done in the White Tiger meat. There was no need to do it now. Ling Xiao, you better not let me meet you in the treasure hunt, or you'll definitely die. The Crown Princess stomped her feet and chased after him. Hundred-eyed Demon Monarch Wulong also glanced at Ling Xiao and said coldly, Even if the Crown Princess can't kill you, I will. Just wait and see. With that, he also turned and left. It wasn't easy to get a day and night's rest. He had to seize the opportunity to comprehend Divine Lord Xianzu's legacy in Black Wind Canyon. Feng Fei didn't spare Ling Xiao a glance. She seemed to be even more arrogant than Tyranny Tianhai. Even though Ling Xiao had displayed such powerful strength, such terrifying talent, and such comprehension ability, she was still very indifferent. This woman might be even scarier than Tyranny Tianhai. The others left as well. There was no need to stay here any longer. Returning to their residences and resting would be better than staying here. He watched Feng Fei's departing figure. Ling Xiao clenched his fists. With fewer people in the second battle, his situation would be even more dangerous. He had to seize the time to increase his strength. He still hadn't comprehended the last two moves of the Scarlet Sun sword art. He had only scratched the surface of the Death God White Blade and Imperial Heaven Huta's legacy memories. These were all things that could increase his strength in the shortest amount of time. "How are you guys? Is everyone all right?" Ling Xiao looked at his comrades. These people had different opportunities. Mo Yu, Zhu Xiaocong, Jilu Yu, and Feng Minglian didn't have high innate talent and comprehension. They only received a few minor inheritances that increased their strength. Still, it was good enough that they survived. Cold Plum's situation was better than the other four. She received a few mid-level inheritances, which was acceptable. Thanks to Ling Zhao's help, Dan Feng received the Judgment Immortal's legacy. Although it didn't belong to any of the 6 legacy memories, it wasn't inferior. It was estimated that as long as Dan Feng worked hard, he would be able to improve quickly. The ones who benefited the most were Long Chen, Blue Snow, and Han Yu. All 3 of them received the War Dragon King's legacy and were clearly stronger than before. Besides the Death God White Blade's legacy, the rest of the inheritances in Black Wind Canyon could be studied repeatedly. It wasn't strange that the 3 of them received them at the same time. Lu Lian received the Scarlet Sword General's legacy, which was Ling Zhao's Scarlet Sun sword art. However, what she comprehended was naturally different. Her innate talent and comprehension weren't inferior to Sun Lingchan and Mu Wenchuang. Hence, the benefits she received in Black Wind Canyon weren't inferior to those two. All in all, Ling Zhao's people were quite lucky this time. As for the 13 top geniuses, each of them received 1 or 2 high-level inheritances, which were the 6 major inheritances. Only Ling Xiao received 2 of the top inheritances in Black Wind Canyon. Others couldn't compare with him. Hee, congratulations, Brother Ling. Seeing how that Wu Long is gnashing his teeth in hatred towards you, I know that you must have obtained a great benefit. Sun Linchan walked over with a smile. She was very close to Ling Xiao, so she didn't care about others' opinions. It's SOSO. How about you, Miss Sun? Ling Xiao asked. Not bad. I received the Boulder King's legacy, which is also one of the 6 major inheritances. Sun Linchan didn't hide anything from Ling Xiao. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.